Hello, hello. Welcome to the Saturday stream. Hope everyone is doing well. Hope everyone had a good start to their weekend. Welcome, duelists. We have an interesting day ahead of ourselves, hopefully, because we are doing some Master Duel and some TCG. And the reason why we have time for both today is because today is a longer stream. Probably about an hour longer than usual. And the reason for that is, I said it yesterday already, but we're going to have a guest later as well. We're going to have Steven Santoli on the stream for some Genesys format discussions and also some current advanced constructed discussions, I assume. But of course, because Steven is from Canada, there is quite a sizable time difference. So we are going to start talking to Santoli a little bit later. So I decided to just have the stream go a little longer because it's Saturday. I have time. Why not? So we have some time to play some Orcust in Master Duel, which I've been wanting to do. And then we also have some time for some Genesys after. So we're doing both. Hope everyone is looking forward to it. And yeah, it's gonna be a fun day. It's gonna be a fun day. We're gonna be playing pure Orcust, at least in the beginning. That's what I'm planning to do, because I kind of just want to play. I want to play Orcust. I don't want to play like the Mitsu Orcust hybrid or whatever. Like I know those are also a thing in Master Duel, but yeah. They also posted another blog update about Genesys that I want to look into later, which sounds like fun. But yeah. Fiendsmith Orcust is fun. Fiendsmith Orcust is probably also a very good version of the deck. However, with Mitsurugi and Malice probably being the top two decks in Master Duel right now, I felt like it was very essential to have what's it called? Dominus Impulse in the deck. So I'm going to show you the list in a second, but like I thought that was important. But I know Fiendsmith also has a lot of things going for it in Orcust, with like making Caesar is also very powerful against like Mitsu and Malice as well. But I want to try Dominus Impulse first, and then we can go from there. All right, let us warm up, and then we can jump into the stuff for today. I'm playing Mitsu Orcust. It's hella fun. I can see that too. I want to start, like, the problem is basically I have spent very little time playing Orcust in the TCG, so I want to start and understand the Orcust cards first. Spellbook of Fate, I think. Yeah. I want to understand the Orcust cards first because of what happened in the TCG with the Orcust release being delayed. I have limited amount of testing with Orcust because it was like when it was supposed to come out, it would have been fairly relevant, but then it didn't come out, and then when it came out, it was not that relevant anymore. So is this like Eggshell or something? I forgot. Burning Shell, that's the one. And Master Duel does have Mermaid, which is going to fix some of the problems that I had with the deck in the pure form in TCG. Vertical Landing. Ooh, I've seen this card, but I forgot what it was called. Trial of the Princesses? No. Sleeping. No. X Blossom? Oh. This is Warrock Meteoragon. Is that Umi? No, it's not Umi colors. Yeah, that's Surface. Relinquished? Toon Cannon Soldier. It's a bamboo sword. Is it golden? Well, I can't see the color yet. I think it's original. Yeah. Ooh, is that one of the... I think that is one of the Shark Drake Vice. Oh, I probably should skip it. Oh, that's not what I was thinking of. Okay, Dark Advance. Red Eyes Toon Dragon. The Pyrorex. That is the creator. That is Retiari. That is Wyver Burster. That is Necros of Ariad, whatever. Wall of Disruption. Don't know this one. No. Switcheroo. Okay, now we're getting some weird ones. Heliosphere Dragon, no idea. This is Dino Mist or Infinite Track. Is that River Stormer? River Stormer. It is River Stormer, okay. That is a Destiny Hero card, but it's not a monster. I don't know the name of the spell. The Tactics. Man, it was going so well, and now I just don't know these cards. Come on. We can still do it. Is that a Melf? No, that's Royal Penguin Garden, I think. Yeah. This feels familiar. Oh, this feels very familiar. Oh yeah, Airlifter. Yeah. This is Versago the Destroyer. This is what's it called? Not Oxygeddon. Duoterion, not Duogeddon, yeah. Duoterion, yeah. This is Trickstar Reincarnation. Is that a Tistina card? It feels Tistina-y, but okay, it's not a Tistina. All right. That I feel like that's a Hazy Flame. That is a Hazy Flame. Hazy Flame. Hazy Flame. Periton. That is an Infernoid. Infernoid. I feel like it's a level one of the bigger ones. Piatti. Oh, Piatti is a small one though, right? No, it's not Piatti. The Jet. Jet. That's level 6, right? Yeah. That is the dude, the defensive wall, the yellow luster shield. That's I think that's Evil Eye. The problem is I am not very. Is that just Zerziel? Oh. Don't know what that is. Oh no, Medolce. Angeli. Oh no, not the Utopia spell. Not like this. No shot. Axe of Fools. This is Odd Eyes. Beast Eyes, yeah. I was thinking. Beast Eyes Pendulum Dragon, that one. Yeah. This is White Horned Dragon. Red Eyes, not Red Eyes. Red Dragon Archfiend. I think that is the OG. Yeah. This feels familiar. Old. Stim Pack. I have no idea what that is. Mythical Beast Medusa. Phantasm Spiral Dragon. Nope. Nope. Gagaga Rush. Oh, this feels familiar again. Dude, that's the like the continuous spell or trap, the dragon. Magnus, is that Magna Slash? No. Magna Slash Dragon? Magna Slash Dragon. Is that it? Okay. That's Crooked Cook. I know the individual monsters, but I have no idea what the spell is called. I feel like I've had it before though. Scrum Force. Actually, no, never mind. I don't think I have. Back to square one. Square one. That is Branded Regained. Oh, dude, I know this. It's an Exceed. Is it Googly Eyes Drum Dragon or not? White Bear? Polar Bear. Oh, White Bear. Armored White Bear? I think that's it. Yeah. No, it's not Rainbow Karibo. Astral Karibo? Yeah. Stoic. Cyber's looking ass. What's this? Limit code. Could be 1,000 needles. Okay, it's not. 10,000 needles? 2,000? 2,000. Yellow dust on. Vylon. Vylon D Sigma? D Sigma. Dude, type 0? No, type Crusher? What Crusher? Type 0 Magic Crusher, yeah. Oh. Dinomorphia. Is that the Rezia? Yeah. Cyber Kirin. This is for hire, isn't it? This is oh no, Fateful Adventure. Not for hire. Dude, we're so close! Please! I need this. Cards 4 black feathers. Let's go. The Blackwing cards gets us there. Always been the biggest Blackwing fan. You guys know this about me. Pale Beast. Alright, I don't care anymore. Let's go. 4 digits. It's been so long since we've hit 4 digits. It was a good run. It was a good run. Nice. I declare not washed. Awesome. Okay. Okay, we are looking for a level 4 monster, effect monster from back in the day, before 2015. It's got high attack, low defense. Let's go Lila. It is more attack than Lila, and it's between 2009 and 2014. So like an 18 or 1900 maybe. What about Atlantean Dragoons? 0 defense. Okay, that does not work. We need more than 200 defense. Level 4, water, wind, earth, or fire. Could go with a Fire Fist Dragon. Not that. Okay, but the year is 2013. The year is 2013. We are looking for earth, wind, or water. And we're looking for like 1900 attack or 2000 attack, probably. A Mecha Phantom Beast. Mecha Phantom Beast is this year. Mecha Phantom Beast. Is there a Mecha Phantom Beast with this attack stat? This is 1800. That is not enough. Don't know if they have one with 19, but I'm checking. Oh, they do have one with 19. Mega Raptor. I thought that was going to be it. It's not Mega Raptor. Okay. 2000? What's okay, we need earth or water. We need earth or water from 2013 with 2000 attack. What's an Earth with 2000 attack? What attack is Scrap Raptor? 1400. And it's 1000 defense. Scrap Kong? Scrap Kong is older. No, Scrap Kong is 2011. But it has 1000 defense. So it's Earth or Water. Level 4. 2013. 2000 attack. Heraldic Beast Leo. Ooh, that could be a good call. Hold up. Heraldic Beast Leo. Oh, that's gotta be it, right? I think you have it. Yeah. Heraldic Beast Leo. All right. Good call. Okay. When was Berserk Gorilla? Bro, Berserk Gorilla is ancient. Berserk Gorilla is from like 2003. Or something like that. All right, gamers. Welcome to the stream. We have no new cards or anything like that to go over right now. We can jump straight into some Yu-Gi-Oh action. And like I said earlier already, but I'll repeat it for the people that have just arrived, we're going to be doing a little bit of both today. We are going to jump into some Master Duel and play some Orcust because I said that I wanted to try that deck. And we have some time today because I'm streaming longer than usual today. I'm going to go for like about 6 hours probably because we have a guest later for some Genesys format talk and analysis, and also the new article that you're linking right now. We're going to take a look at that later as well. We're going to have Steven Santoli on stream later, who is from Canada, and so there's a time zone difference. So he's going to be joining us in about 4.5 hours from now. So that is going to be fun, and that is also the reason why we are going a little bit longer today, and that gives us time to do both. We are going to do a few hours of Orcust and Master Duel, and then we're going to do a few hours of Genesys format talk, discussion, and so on and so forth. So it's going to be a fun day, I think, I hope. Yeah, what we're going to do in Master Duel, let me bring it up. We are going to be playing Ethical Orcust, which means pure Orcust for now. And I'm aware that there's a lot of hybrid versions with Orcust out there. I know you can play Orcust Mitsurugi. I know you can play Orcust Fiendsmith and all that. But realistically, I just want to try the Orcust cards. I want to play Orcust, I suppose, in the pure form, just with some help from the Sky Striker cards, because that's also what we played back in my day, to go into the Nightmares, which is a big difference between Orcust in Master Duel and the TCG, is the fact that Nightmare Mermaid is legal, and Nightmare Mermaid will give this deck a little bit more consistency, because while I haven't played this deck much in the TCG, which was of course because I'm from Europe, and in Europe the Battles of Legends set that these cards were in unfortunately got delayed. So when it was supposed to come out, it didn't come out. And then when it actually came out, it turned out to not be as relevant anymore as it should have been when it was initially supposed to be released. So while I tried it a little bit before they announced that the pack was going to be delayed for us, I haven't given it as much of a try as I would have had we gotten the cards. So I just want to learn some pure Orcust first. And then once we've done that, maybe I'll explore some hybrid versions, because I'm going to be honest with you, looking at what's happening in Advanced Constructed and like modern Yu-Gi-Oh! In general, the hybrid versions with something like Mitsurugi or Fiendsmith is probably optimal. But I want to try the pure version first. This is something I threw together just before I started the stream. I also am not playing Fiendsmith in this because I want to play Dominus Impulse. Dominus Impulse actually works quite well in this deck, I think, because both Nightmare Mermaid and Kagari have the right attribute for it as well. Like I can make Kagari and it's a fire, and I can make Mermaid and it's a water and still activate them. The only thing that I'm not able to do after Dominus Impulse is I cannot use the Lib the World Key Blade Master, which I think sometimes is a good card for these lines. And I also cannot go for an Appaloosa. However, I think both of these cards are a lot more important when I'm going first. And I'm not going to have that problem with Dominus Impulse when I go first. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I think in the current Master Duel format, even though I have only played a very limited amount of it, I think Dominus Impulse is a crazy card. If I'm looking at Master Duel and I'm thinking like, okay, the best decks are probably Malice and then some Mitsu stuff, Dominus Impulse is insane against both of these decks. So it's probably worth making some concessions in deck building to be able to play Dominus Impulse. Yeah, so for now, no Fiendsmith, but I am aware that Fiendsmith is good in this deck, but for now, no Fiendsmith. And also no Mitsu because I want to get the experience of playing pure Orcust. I'm including Droll and Lockbird because I'm under the impression that this deck actually can self-Droll under Maxi or Fuva, because otherwise I think Maxi and Fuva hurt this deck pretty badly. So I think Droll is probably going to be a staple in Orcust, at least from my perspective. Because, I mean, Mitsurugi is in the format and Ryzeal is also in the format, so Droll is going to be a good card regardless against other decks, but also, like, if you can self-Droll, that makes the card even stronger. It's kind of like why I think Malice should probably be playing Droll in every, in Master Duel at the moment in every list, so, yeah. I'm patching... when I tried this deck in the TCG just a little bit in the pure form, I felt like it had some consistency problems. In Master Duel, I expect this to be fine because we can play the Sky Striker cards to play some extra starters. Like, I expect this to be okay because basically in the TCG, I found the pure version to be a little lackluster in terms of consistency because you have like, you have your Girsu, you have your Harp, you have your Symbol Skeleton, which are all like kind of combo. You have your Foolish Burial, you know, but it's like not quite enough. And in Master Duel, however, with the addition of 3 Engage and 2 Hornet Drones, because this card is not limited, just in case I draw multiple Engages, I wanted to have a second target, but I didn't really feel like playing a Widow Anchor or a Shark Cannon or something like that, which maybe I'll change, but I think just playing more Hornet Drones is also fine. You know what? Let's just jump into some action. We are in Plat something, because I haven't played Master Duel, except for some Mitsurugi games last week. So, what can go wrong? It's a big reason people are trying Orcust Mitsu, because Mitsu struggles versus Droll and Orcust struggles versus Lancia, so they complement well. That was, I think, one of the main reasons why the Orcust Mitsurugi was also the first Orcust hybrid that really popped off in the TCG. For exactly that reason, because it was a format where people played Droll for Mitsu and played Lancia for Malice, which is kind of like the same thing in Master Duel right now, so I could see that being the case for sure. So, yeah, we're gonna have to freestyle some of these combos, especially in Master Duel with Appaloosa added. I'm not 100% familiar yet, but a banger hand, let's go. All right, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to toggle on, and on resolution here, when I have a window to activate Droll and Lockbird, I'm going to activate Maxi to see if they stop it. And if they do stop it, I can still Droll. And if they don't stop it, then we're going to be playing under Maxi, which I guess is fine. All right, and they just pass. Well, same result. And we draw a Called by the Grave, which is awesome. This was a brick in 2019. True. True, not wrong. All right, so normal summon Symbol Skeleton, I suppose. And we get hit with a main deck Solemn Judgment, and now it's a brick in 2025 as well. Awesome. And now, dude, come on, man. I guess I impulse that. I don't know what else I'm supposed to impulse against Ryzeal, but it's not really gonna help me much. I mean, if it's just a big detonator pass, then maybe Orcust can play into it. I still need to draw a starter. So... Oh. 61. I might not be dead if they go... Oh. They don't use node effect, alright. Could have called by it here to stop the attach because they only have one monster in the graveyard, but I don't know if that's worth. They're making a duo drive, which I guess is fine. Okay, well, a top deck. And maybe we're in this? Let me see. Well, not that top deck. I don't have Typhon in this list, so I just... Okay, awesome. Main deck Solemn Judgment, huh? Would never brick if we were playing Genesys right now. I mean, I didn't brick, is the thing, right? My hand was actually quite strong, I would say. 60 cards. Okay. Millennium package is better than Striker? Maybe, but I kind of want to... I wanted to play something that doesn't conflict with Impulse, and the Striker cards don't, and the Millennium cards do. Alright, looks like we're up against Exodia, which is not great with this hand, but at the same time, Orcust should be fine into the board wipe, at least. It depends if they play Floodgates, though. So I probably Fuva on res here because they might be going for a, what's it called? A Silhouette Rabbit otherwise. Okay, well, at least we're seeing a decent chunk of their hand right now. They have another Temple and the Millennium Ankh in hand, so there's only 2 unknowns. So, a maximum of 2 Floodgates, y'all. So, second Millennium Ankh. So now it's 2 Ankhs and Field Spell. We're gonna get the draw for... We're gonna get the draw for the Fuva, so that's fine. Come on, show me 1 from hand. Never. That's good. I mean, it's a spell card they can negate with this, which is not great. Oh, no set. Okay. Now we're talking. No sets is nice. Okay, I feel like that's not the best thing to draw, but okay. Should I start with Engage? Because they might be compelled to Exodia it, but at the same time I have 6 cards in hand, so like if they might not negate the first spell. If I normal summon Gearsu, let's start with Gearsu. We send Harp, right? Then we'll activate this. Now we get hit with that. I guess now I go Harp. Because, I mean, if I go Engage now, they probably just negate it. Right? But at the same time, how much value does Engage give me later? I think it boils down to the same thing. Like, if they have another hand trap for my Harp Horror here, like if they have Ash or whatever, then I can't play anyways. Okay, they don't. So, I'm gonna be summoning Symbol Skeleton, I think. And then this is a play now because of the new Link 1. And this is now going to be send 1 card from your hand to the graveyard. Which I think I want to get rid of the World Wand. To add the World Crown. I think. Special a World Legacy from your hand. I mean, I don't really need to do that. So this. I am locked into Darks already. I have World Wand to summon from Banished. Okay. So how do I most effectively clear the board here? Enlil Gearsu. I feel like I want to take control of the Exodia. That sounds nice. At the same time, level 8 or higher or 3000 or more attack. Okay, let's make Galatea. This is banish another Orcust from your grave, summon it. So do that. Banish this. Comes back. The sequencing here might not be optimal. I'm just trying to find out all the things I can do. Let me put a Harp Horror back here. Now I'm gonna do this. Let's set the crescendo, because I don't think I can go for game through all this defense position. Let's go 2+ monsters, including an Orcust link. So I could make this now. This. Bring back Galatea. Gonna shuffle this. Oh, this returns to the hand. Okay, so let's get rid of an Orcust Nightmare. Let's take the Unstoppable Exodia. Let's make Dingirsu. The question is, do I send or do I attach? Attaching for follow-up seems nice. But then I cannot get rid of the entire board. But what do I care if they have a token? I'll attach. So this is not negated or anything, right? So I have the spell trap negate. So yeah, okay. And it also gains attack. Okay, I'm low on time right now. One of them is gonna go back into the spell trap zone because of the Yugioh Temple, which I guess is annoying. Oh, I attacked the wrong one. Okay, here. Oh, I thought that was once per turn. Never mind. Okay, low timer. Yeah, maybe I should have sent the Yugioh Temple then. So the problem now is I cannot negate... Oh. That's bad. Yeah, I think this Dingirsu should have sent the Yugioh Temple to the graveyard. I didn't send it because in my head it was like they have another one in hand. But I forgot the protection, or like the moving them back into the, what the hell? I don't even know if I'm like, I could negate this, but I don't know if I care. Yeah, I don't care. This doesn't force my Exodia Omni, and it also doesn't even force my Crescendo, because this stays on the board now. Oh, okay. Well, that makes sense then. Probably dead, right? This is where Babel would have cooked? Yeah, maybe it was Babel instead of Crescendo, but it's okay. I mean, I'm still, if I had more time, I probably could have figured that one out better, but... I didn't expect the Ultimate Slayer into Lava Golem. It's also, it was extra unexpected because the order did not make sense in the slightest. Like, why give me the option to negate the Ultimate Slayer with Crescendo if you have Lava Golem? Like, just Lava Golem first and then Ultimate Slayer, and there's nothing I can do. We were living. Was I? 6,000 attack Exodia, 2,000 attack Golem, 2,750 Sengenjin. How big is the shield? I don't think I was alive. I think the shield has some attack points. And they could still switch it to attack mode. Oh, shield is 0? Oh, okay. Maybe I would maybe I'd live then. Normal summon head for game? No, they lava golemed. It's the third game and I've lost all 3 coin flips. It truly is a welcome back to Master Duel moment. I mean, the impulse against this deck is not that good. Also, in this, like, they have everything, so, like, the impulse won't really be good. Like, I guess maybe if they go for double spirit, and, I can impulse one of them in case they play, like, the Cosmic Blazar or the, what is it, Stardust Divine Cipher stuff with Crimson Dragon. I can prevent the worst here, but... Can we try Mitsu Orcust? The problem is if I play Mitsu Orcust, because I have very little experience with the Orcust cards, I won't know the lines and stuff. I don't feel... like I wanna play some Orcust first, and then maybe we can play something else later. If your frustration with competitive Yu-Gi-Oh doesn't get addressed, do you see yourself shifting to a more casual style of content, like more drafting, community, banlist tournaments, etc.? Not really, no. I think we have to negate the first one here, because it might make the... It's probably gonna make the Omni negate first, right? And then the second one makes Crimson, so... The one thing I can see myself doing is just like stream more. I can see myself shifting more towards Genesys format. We'll talk about that more later. It's not something that's planned right now, but if it really is like that, where in the long term they don't do anything about this in Advanced Constructed, but they do in TCG, then I can see myself playing more. They do in Genesys, then I can see myself playing more Genesys in general. Especially if the format grows and has like tournaments and everything. Okay, the return is nice here. The problem is this card is really good against Orcust, negating a graveyard effect. Yeah, Impulse, so the Fuva is completely dead. I've drawn both. Basically, all of my search targets are in my hand. My one of World Crown, my one of Succession, my one of Babel. Which is awesome. Okay, they are overreacting to the Babel, which is good. Alright, let me normal summon this. Let me make the link 1. Let me special this. We get Veilered on that, which I think is fine. I don't think I care too much about that. Make Dingirsu first, Send Spirit. I'm thinking about making Galatea here to then make Dingirsu. How good is my play after that? I guess it's fine. You cannot make Dingirsu with the link 1, unfortunately. It says cannot be used as material for an Exceed summon because it'd be very broken. Nightmare to pop True Light isn't really that good because they can negate the graveyard effect with the Spirit Dragon, so I think I just go for a Galatea here. Activate Skeleton first. No, I don't want to play into the graveyard negate of the Spirit. Why would I do that? Okay, so using Crown Effect here to stop something doesn't feel great to me. So this only negates on the field, right? So let me just do this. Send Harp. The Link 4 can grab back Babel. Target one of your banished Orcust or legacy cards added to your hand, then shuffle a card from your hand into the deck. Yeah. The question is, do I force this with Dingirsu? Don't think so. Let's try doing this. See what they do to that. They negate this, I think my life becomes easier. Okay. Because I don't really care about what the Galatea sets here, I think. So Blue Eyes can come back. Oh wait, Spirit can come back. That might be a problem. Spirit coming back. Okay, what do I banish an Orcust card? Let me banish Babel to add it back with the link 4. Let's see if they negate this. They had a response on Ding Summon 5. No, they... I mean, they did, but it was True Light. They hadn't used... had they used True Light yet? I don't know. Maybe they have. So I'm thinking... SP banish the spirit? And if they do this, I just run away with SP to still get rid of the spirit. And then SP is going to come back. They do have another response. They could have Nib. But now I have an open board, so I can make a token with Girsu, right? However, I'm not entirely sure how much I can do still here. I think they have Nib. I think they have Nib, and I'm a little worried about their fall. Okay, this Nib also, like, this Nib is not great. So maybe that's good for me. We are good to go, but where do we go? Here? Steal the Nib and get the Babel to hand. Oh wait, is it game? It's game if I just return the Babel here. Oh, I SP'd, never mind. But it was negated, no? They negated the SP with this. Negate the activation. I think I have game, hold up. All I have to do is not put the Nibiru here. And then succession. Wait, where's my Dingirsu? Oh, it's only, you can only summon Dingirsu once per turn. Is there anything here 2400 by any chance? No? Okay, awesome. Make IP with graveyard setup. The problem with IP here is that I've used SP already, which is not good. I guess it's World Crown, and we're gonna be just short of game. That's annoying. I should have just kept Babel. Well, I have follow-up, right? I have follow-up, I have Crown and SP. They have to somewhat play through. They have to clear my entire board. True Light is at the moment in the graveyard. So they need a play for follow-up. Which is not a given, not a guarantee. You can yoink. No, it's not... I cannot yoink because I don't have Babel. Doesn't Enlil Girsu have an effect if he dies? Yes, but during the main phase, if this card's in the grave because it was sent there from the extra monsters on this turn, You can banish this card, send one card on the field to the grave. That only works if you have Babble up on the opponent's turn, because it's not a quick effect. Okay, we get Typhon, which is nice. That probably means we win. No matter what. Maybe Babel should always be there. I mean, yeah, obviously, if I realized that I didn't have a big enough monster to revive with Succession to go for game, I would have shuffled back to Succession. But these are just the kind of things that happen when you play a deck for the first time. What did you play in 2019? Okay, I mean, I've played Orcust in 2019, but like the deck is different now. But what I like about it, and I think I also said that when when this support was initially announced, I like how the deck still feels like Orcust. I think the legacy support for this deck was made very, very well because it's very much still an Orcust playstyle. It's like it's basically still the same Orcust deck, but just more powerful. More appropriate for 2025. I think that's awesome. Do you play Nightmare Mermaid still even with the new Link 1? Yeah, you do. You do. It's still really good. Can you show deck list? I can show you the deck list later, but it's really nothing to really go by because it's not like I'm an Orcust expert in Master Duel right now. This was my third game on the deck. $58 cards. Oh, oh yeah, I'm 0-4 in coin tosses. Yeah, I haven't gone first a single time yet. There's a deck list on Josh's Discord. Wait, the mods posted it? They never do. Did they? Did the mods post it on the Discord? Current deck list. I don't think they did. Ah, awesome. Yeah. Goodbye, Ash Blossom. Alright, how bad is it what's about to happen to me from the 58 card deck? What is it? Spiral? Imseti. In attack mode scares me. Okay. What, Moon of the Closed Heaven? How good is the Orcust deck? Haven't played since Snake Eye format. I mean, I haven't played much with it. My first impression is that the pure Orcust deck, I mean, I've gone second 4 games in a row now, but the pure Orcust deck is probably more like tier 2. Definitely playable, I think. So we Foolish Rhino Heart. Are we going to activate it or not? Foolish Rhino, no effect? Did we Foolish... Oh, okay, we Foolish Rhino Heart with no tier limit card in hand. Understandable. Awesome. Can I go first, once? Thank you. Bro, WCS 2025 Top 12 as a title really hits different when people don't know that it was only 12 teams. We should just not tell people that. It's a lot more impressive if they don't know that we were just 12. Alright, so Harp Horror into Galatea I. Now the question is, do we do Harp Horror or Galatea I now? I think it's Galatea I first, because I have a good discard. And because it doesn't lock me into darks just yet, right? So I can go for the World Crown. And then I special the World Crown. And I make, I think it's Nightmare Phoenix? I am playing Lib, yeah. Which is why I think this is the line. Unfortunately, the discard was Nightmare Mermaid. So we're gonna have two of that now, but... You make Lib here, I think? Now, this sets the succession. Then you activate the succession and you bring back the Nightmare Phoenix. And that gives you an Appaloosa before you combo. And we love that here on the stream. But I think this is how... This is... I mean, yeah, you give up the Babel plus Crescendo end board. But let's be real. Appaloosa before you combo is disgusting, right? What is this? Shuffle... Oh, no, I don't want to shuffle a card from the deck into the... from the field into the deck. Okay, and now... We go Harp. We now are locked into darks. But, oh well. Right? Pop. And now we Orcust combo under Appaloosa. And we are still missing Symbol Skeleton and World Wand, but we are getting access to both of those because we have the Nightmare, the Orcust Nightmare as well. So we're gonna do that. Give our Appaloosa some extra attack points by sending the level 8, which technically gives us a 3 material Appaloosa. It's only until the end of the turn, though. And then... I don't know what the order here is that we should go in. Maybe this first. By banishing the duplicate Nightmare. Gonna summon this back. Gonna make Galatea. Don't know if the positioning here matters. I don't think it does. Shuffle this back. This time I'm gonna go for Crescendo. For Babel, I mean. Activate Babel. Ideally, I think I want to... Hold up. Within Girsu, I want to attach a banished skeleton, I think. Because I want skeleton back in rotation, right? Most likely. So I'm gonna use Skeleton first to bring back Girsu. Here. That way, I can now use Galatea to make Dingirsu. You want World Want in deck for Nightmare boost on Apo? Yeah, maybe. Maybe that's a good call. I can shuffle it back into the deck on the opponent's turn as well, though, right? So... World Want... Summon back... Harp? And now I just make IP? I'm not playing the serious thingy, no. Now Feral Imps? Yeah, I guess. Yeah, no, this is where you would make King of the Feral Imps. True. True. All right. I mean, I guess it's I still think it's a pretty strong end board considering all the layers to it, but could be a lot more broken with Mitsu cards, of course. Dude, I thought for a second I considered I really thought about discarding Called by Over Ash because they had Dynamorphia sleeves. Send a Dynamorphia card from your deck to the graveyard. Honestly, I don't think I care. I do not think I care. Could have sequenced differently and made Enil Gyosu? Maybe, yeah. So the problem is, or the question is, what happens if they go end phase here? Am I scared of that at all? I don't think I am. All right, attack my IP, I dare you. Oops. IP strong now. This is where I get even lead now. All right, how many back row can we get rid of here? We can IP into SP. We can symbol skeleton into Dingirsu. Is there more? Just two. Well, it's honest work. Okay, we hit Solemn Judgment, which is okay, I guess. And I hit Ferret Flames, which I think is not a good hit, but okay. Oh god, that's insane. Dynamorphia Brute. Okay. Damage do I have? Enough, technically. Okay. Exactly. I mean, yeah, we had a lot more, but I didn't feel like I didn't feel like doing more when we had it already. I didn't want to style on them. Josh cheated, he went first. True. Yeah, back to regular. Oh, Malice sleeves. Oh, okay, it's blue eyes. Do I Ash Sage? Do I Ash Sage? Nah, I'll wait for wishes. Okay, good. They already have Valor. They already have Stingy. Alright, Fuva goes through. Awesome. Blue light from deck, not from hand. Unfortunate. Never lucky. Ooh, hard draw field spell though, which is slightly annoying under Fuva because they're not supposed to have that for free. But I'll accept it. Do you still think Malice is the best deck? It's probably between Malice and Mitsurugi, yeah. Oh, they don't even go for wishes. Okay. Ooh. Okay, so I know a Valor in hand and I know a Majesty face down. Probably fine. Probably beatable. Gains max C to that. Well. No, thank you. No, thank you still. Alright, so the mini game has been played. We both play with 2 less cards now. Awesome. But it does have the advantage. Those were exactly the 2 cards I didn't know. So I know there is a Valor in hand, and I know there is a Majesty to pop 1 card, which is all I have to worry about, I guess. Which is fine. I mean, with my hand, I probably beat that. I have 3 pushes. That I should be okay here. Dude, we can draw a card with this Engage. Because I played 2 Hornet drones. What I can do is I can add back Engage. Then Foolish. I'll do it. I'm addicted to drawing. You guys know this about me. Curse you, Blue Eyes Duelist. Using the Veiler in not even a good spot, but it still annoys me because I wanted to draw a card. Okay, if I normal summon Harp Horror now, I cannot make the link 1. Because it doesn't point... because Kagari points upwards. But I don't think that's a problem. Nightmare? Yeah, I don't want to make Nightmare though. I think I still just make this or SP, honestly. I don't have to go for game this turn, but I probably can. I shouldn't go SP. It's probably game. I should probably just make a Galatea and then activate my Harp Horror. Or just make Dingirsu now. Yeah, Dingirsu now is kind of nice. Yeah, they have to pop that. And now I just play with Harp and Foolish, and I'm fine. Not a problem. Even gonna get the Girsu token here, which is nice. And that's easily going to be game. I can go for access code. It is kind of crazy how if you play, like, if you have the Sky Striker cards, or if you go through Nightmare Mermaid and Nightmare Phoenix, you're going to have 3 or 4 attributes in the grave easily, even if you're playing an Orcust deck, which is mostly dark. But, like, at the start of your combo, you're going to put, like, fire, water, and maybe light into the graveyard insta. Dude, 1-6 in coin flips. Are you enjoying Master Duel again? It's hard to say because I'm playing in plat because I haven't played for a while. So I don't know how this would be if I was playing against Malice and Mitsurugi every game, especially when I'm going second this much. Speaking of the devil, probably Malice. The thing is, like, I kind of realized that the TCG also has things that I'm frustrated with. Both of the formats have some things that I like about them and some things I don't like about them. And now that they've hit Malice a little bit, at least in Master Duel, I'm like, I suppose I'll just play a little bit of both. And honestly, I think it only gets really frustrating when you force yourself to play them too much from, like, a competitive perspective. Like, as long as I just log in and play a couple of Orcust games, it's really not, you know, frustrating. I can't tell you how I would feel right now if there was, like, a Duelist Cup next weekend and I was gonna play it. You know, maybe I'd feel differently about it, but right now, like, it's a fine game for me to play on stream. But I can tell you right now, this is the first time I'm running into Malice right now, and I've activated a Fuvalos, and I'm still being comboed on, and it's not a great feeling, but it doesn't really matter that much because I'm not tryharding right now. The good news is that they banished MTP07 for Chessy Cat, which is slightly awkward, but we'll see if that matters. My hand right now is pretty bad. Yeah, I mean, one interruption here and I basically lose. A non-target banish would have instantly killed me. But they don't have a non-target banish set up yet. Which I guess they can if they... Can they recycle this somehow? Probably not right now. Crossout is probably going to be helpful here because it's not unlikely they have something like Impulse or Called By. I don't believe I have Imperm. No, I don't have Imperm for Crossout. But I have Ash, Maxi, Impulse, also no Nib. That's also pretty bad. That's pretty bad for me. I'm not gonna lie. I have a second one. I get impermed here, which is not the worst spot for me because I have Crown in hand already. This I probably have to cross out. Because I know the last two sets now. I know it's Malice in the Mirror as well as TB11. So I guess if there is no hand trap, I have a chance here. Okay. Am I missing something? Does this turn into an interrupt? This would be a non-target banish if they had this in the deck still. But I don't see... I don't see how that makes sense if this is banished. March here? Sure. The follow-up is going to be crazy. I'm going to have to win this turn, basically. If I don't win this turn, it's over. But this does enable me to make Appaloosa. Because I was not going to go through an Appaloosa line because there was the Malice in the Mirror. Oh. Okay. That's a problem. Should have went harp directly. Well, I mean, like, they should have just no. This is not the right sequence of the right logic. Like they should have done this earlier. If they were gonna Lancia, I'm not gonna predict a Lancia in a spot where it doesn't make sense. I'm just trying to see if I can clear their board, maybe. And, like, do so much damage with a... I'm trying to make a big access code. I don't think it's going to be big enough, though. Yeah. Yeah, the access code doesn't really make sense. Shuffle one card on the field into the deck. Shuffle this. That. Well, I have a lot of stuff in the graveyard, but I doubt it's gonna be good enough. Surely I can deal with Malice follow-up, right? Right? Malice follow-up is beatable, including a Bestial that they search now in the end phase. So, March here, Field Spell, and Druid's Worm certainly is beatable, right? At least the Red Ransom is in the extra deck, I guess. This is what happens when you entertain the idea that Master Duel is slightly more fun with Malice hit. I'm not going to go on another rant about Malice. I've said enough about this deck. I'll try my best because it's plat. Maybe there's a chance, but I'm done crashing out about freaking Malice. Problem is, while the Dingirsu is on the board, it's very hard to turn anything into a disruption. So basically all they have to do is make Crypt or banish my Babel before my Girsu hits the graveyard, and then it's kind of doomed. Not relevant here because they didn't summon twice, but Typhon randomly comes up in spots like this. Yeah, Typhon would be nice to have. I'm honestly, I'm looking at this extra deck though, and I don't know what you can realistically cut. Like, maybe you can get away with playing only one Link 1, but that seems not something I want to do. Access code seems strong in this deck, I think. Like, I guess maybe if you play a different engine that isn't Sky Striker, you get the Kagari slot. But yeah, I think I haven't summoned this yet, but I do think Long Girsu is necessary. I think maybe you can get away with one of this, yeah. So White Rabbit can still go for GWC. Great Malice hits? What do you mean? Don't you love that the deck still does this basically every time? But now it's more frustrating because you feel like it should be hit, but it's not. Malice definitely won this. It wasn't Lancia turn skipping us. Lancia turn skipping was also cringe, but the problem is you're completely ignoring the fact that Malice draws 4 or 5 cards to, so it's significantly more likely to have crazy non-engine. Like, the game literally started with Allure Banish Chessy Cat, which is draw 4. This is where I just hope they banish this. Alright, unfortunate. You can get it back? And in which turn do you want me to get it back? In my next turn? Man, I knew it. I just knew it. That's why I watched all that shit. Dude, they were so close to. It was one more attack. Dude, I mean, I think that stays the only realistic win con against Malice going second in plat. Ugh. Yeah. All right, 1-7 in dice rolls or coin flips today. – Good hand for going second, to be fair. The hell is happening? Add a reptilian monster and add a reptilian spell trap. Okay. I've never seen this card before. Is this like... Is this a Mitsurugi deck? Oh, I guess my Fuwas are bad going second in this case. Played around my Fuvalos masterfully. Yeah, how is it? How is it a brick if you draw your Search 2 spell? I feel like we gotta reevaluate the deck build at that point. If if we just pass the turn after resolving basically like the Wishes spell or whatever it is. I'm adding back Hornet Drones here instead of Engage because it makes future engages a better draw if I still have another target in the deck. So this. Super Poly Revolution Synchron. So you you know, it looks less crazy than what I thought it was gonna look like. And I guess they just didn't draw any Mitsu stuff. 2 Habakiri is crazy. 2 Habakiri, but we got room for 3 Sajis. Alright, cool. Priorities. Priorities. Oh, going first. Can you please do a deck list of Paleozoic in Genesys format? I have one. I showed it on stream once, but I can probably once I've played it more and worked on it, I can show it again, yeah. The updated version. All right. Nightmare Phoenix. Nightmare Mermaid. Let's discard the World Wand, because Harp Horror could be my normal summon if I get interrupted. And then these two... Do you go for Galatea here, or do you go for the Link 1 first? I assume you go for the Link 1 first. Link 1. Link 1 effect. Do I discard Harp Horror because it's good in the graveyard, or do I discard Fuva? I guess they're both the same. If I normal summon them, they're just Link fodder. So here, because I've drawn, hold up. So this requires me to have a World Legacy spell trap while I have a World Legacy in the graveyard, but I already have a World Legacy in the graveyard, so I don't have to go for Crown here. I think I have enough bodies, so I can go for Babel so that my end board has Babel and Crescendo, I think. Add Babel, activate Babel. I can go for Lib now. That's going to set Succession, which is activatable. This only works because I drew World Wand. If I hadn't drawn World Wand, I would have had to go for Crown, I think, to do the Apo. Would you say Mermaid can come back in TCG? I would prefer not, even though I like Orcust, and I'll tell you why. I feel like it'd be hypocritical to criticize cards like Moon of the Closed Heaven and then say I want Nightmare Mermaid back just because I like Orcust. I think I think Orcust Pure is a fine deck even without Mermaid. I would like it more if they just made a what's it called? A new like another starter for it without Mermaid, but to be fair, it's less splashable. Orcust is less splashable. It's not the same as Fiendsmith, but still, like I feel like it's okay, what am I doing? I want to make Galatea next. I think. Just normal summon. Why not? I'm gonna normal summon anyways. Normal summon Galatea. World Want. Put the World Want back into the deck. I think someone said I wanted there earlier, which I think makes sense. For giving the Apo 800 attack on the opponent's turn. Then I kind of want to... I want to try going through Enlil Girsu. Come on, let me practice my lines. You know, fair enough. Enlil Girsu out of the EMZ. Does it not have... Oh, okay, it doesn't have the graveyard effect if I don't make it in the EMZ, but it still has the steal effect. But like, how can I make Enlil Girsu in the EMZ and make Apo? I probably can't do that, right? Without locking, like, I would have to make an Enlil Girsu in the EMZ without, without locking myself into darks. I feel like that'd be tough. Just don't make Apo make a bow. It's pretty weak to Nib though if I don't do that, right? Like I feel like this line is good because it's good into Nib. I feel like the early Apo is like making Apo early and still having all your Orcust stuff in the graveyard is pretty broken, I feel like. Okay, hard draw Babel here is actually not bad because it helps me play around a Bestial, right? I go activate Babel, normal summon, and then link one, and then I cannot get Bestialed, which is good. I guess we have a little bit of a first world problem here because I don't have a good discard. I want to keep all my cards in hand here for the Galatea. But I guess since we didn't get max seed, I'll just pitch Ash or pitch my own. I'll pitch my own max seed, whatever. We get Ashed on that, which I don't want to called by because then my own Ash is dead. I think that's fine. I'm not gonna get Appaloosa now. Let me chain this here, because if they have impulse for this, I have to call by the Ash. Okay. So this is gonna be weaker into Nibiru, I think, because I am going to not make Apple here because now I'm dark locked, but okay. So what is the first send here for here? So we can't go through Nightmare Mermaid anymore because that's water. So maybe just Orcust Nightmare so I can decide later what I want. And have more names in rotation. So this is now gonna be Galatea. Let's do this. Right, I've gone through Harp. I definitely want Symbol Skeleton in rotation though. That's definitely something I want. So do that. Activate this. Put one back. Set Crescendo. Make Link 3, revive Link 2, overlay for Ding. Oh, that now is no longer possible, right? Hold up. That was probably better, but what I'm gonna do now, I'm gonna do something that was good in 2019, which is make IP instead of the Link 4, but yeah. So attach Symbol Skeleton, so that's in the grave. Yeah. Then make IP Masquerena. Like that. Why not make the Link 4 with IP? I could make it on the opponent's turn still. So I'm gonna banish this. Bring this back. Set this. Yeah. So Crescendo is live from the start because I have this. We can go about this in multiple different ways. We can go IP into SP first, or we can go Symbol Skeleton, Revive Dingirsu, send, and then IP into the Link 4. What are your thoughts on last turn in Genesys? I think it's funny. I don't think it's actually optimal, which I think is the whole basis of what Genesys operates on. I feel like is a lot of these cards are legal under the premise that they just pray that they never become relevant. They just pray like, okay, it's technically legal, but it's not actually optimal. And that is really, they're like praying that that's how it's going to be with some of these cards. All right. Crescendo is one of the best answers to Girsu. Girsu is a really good card in Master Duel right now, or in general since the new support, because it's multiple pushes, right? Dude, After plat, it's not master? Oh yeah, I forgot about diamond. Jeez. I wish they made Genesys specific OTS sets and put ulti last turn with PSCT in there. They really should reprint last turn with PSCT. The problem is, I think they didn't because they don't know how it's supposed to work. Oh, this hand is good, except if they have Maxi. Uva is not the same level bad as Maxi, but it's still pretty bad. What do I do against a Fuva? What's the line against Molcharmy Fuvalos? Pass? There's no way I have to pass, right? I can make Crescendo live, right? I can make a token. But do I want my opponent to have a token? Draw with return. You know, I could try that. I'm doing that. Genius. So the only thing is I can't use the link 1 effect under Droll, right? They have more. So this line is going to be scuffed now because I'm playing without a normal summon. Because I had to send it for return. Like, this line is not going to be as good, but at least I can play. Okay, Imperm on Galatea is annoying. Okay. No. I can bring this back. I have Succession. Or a body. Attach this for follow-up. Activate this. Banish turn. These two can't make IP. I was gonna make IP and then bring back Galatea in the zone that IP points to, so that IP can't be destroyed by battle. Yeah. Now I think it's just SP pass, which is bad. Well, it's Mitsurugi. And it seems like the maxi is going through. I probably just die. But the fact that they activate prayers now is good for me. Because not being able to like chain the prayers, like activate the prayers later or chain it to my SP tag out is good for me. I probably die to this if they know what they're doing. And if they're playing a hybrid with like Fiendsmith or whatever, I can definitely die if they go for it. But it will be a decent chunk of draws, you know? Like, I don't have Nibiru in the deck, but I do have Impulse. I have Droll. Which, I mean, it's not going to be great to use Droll under Max C, but I can eventually say we both stop now, so we'll see. Search Habakiri, Aramasa, search... Okay, search Habakiri is weird under Maxi. Could have just searched Ritual and Monster. So, Kusanagi and Habakiri. Okay. Activate Habakiri. Sure. Uva is eventually live after I use SP. I still don't want to use the SP preemptively to make Uva live. Ritual summon from deck, okay. That impulse is still really good. On the second half of the ritual, I'm gonna chain SP here. Target itself and target Murakumo. Probably discarding Harpor or Fuva. It could be Fuva, honestly. It is Fuva. It's definitely Fuva. Wait, they rolled themselves on their own Habakiri as well. That's not great. I think I live. I live even without this impulse, probably, to be honest with you. Because, I mean, I don't even know if they have a ritual in hand they can summon. But even if they do have one in hand to summon, like, under Droll, this just doesn't kill me, I don't think. Ah, it's Orcust meets. Okay, I do need the impulse. I definitely need the impulse. Okay. So one card in hand is Mitsurugi Ritual. because they discarded prayers, which is crazy work. They're making Typhon, which makes it easier for me because they can't use Murakumo to force me to discard. I top deck Ash for, I feel like, the only loose con, which is Max C. Kill. Ugh. Okay. I think I'll make an Apo here to just be safe from the Biru, even though I know they can't activate it right now with the Typhon on the board, but eventually I will get rid of that. So starting the turn off. This is nice. And I don't think I'm gonna struggle piecing together a game here. You impulse? Oh, I did impulse. Okay, I guess I have to respect the freaking Typhon then. Awesome. I think the way for me to win here is just taking the Typhon with the Enlil Girsu. And then they can never Nibiru. This is the only ethical Appaloosa, yeah, the one that can't activate. True. So awesome. Nice apple. Going to wall? Oh, my bad. Let me see. Try Fiendsmith Orcust with Pilgrim Reaper. I think if I was gonna play an Orcust hybrid, I think the best one is Mitsu Orcust. I think Mitsu Orcust makes a lot of sense because the Mitsu cards are really good into Lancea and the Orcust cards struggle into Lancea, whereas the Orcust cards are really good into Droll, and that's what the Mitsu cards struggle into. And if you go uninterrupted, then your full board is just insane. And they can bridge into, like, Orcust can bridge into Mitsu. And you can play, like, Zombie Vampire for bridging into Orcust from Mitsu as well. I think that deck makes a lot of sense. Or just make Mermaid, yeah, right. But Zombie Vampire is more fun. So, okay, it's an interesting question here because I think I can just let this go through because I can combo already. And I don't want to risk them holding a maxi because that destroys me. So I think I'll just let the Ash resolve here. I already have combo, like this plays. I'm gonna get dark locked here, but okay. You lose to Impulse? Yeah, I do pass to Impulse. That's fair. Yeah, that's a fair point. Could technically play around Impulse by activating Symbol Skeleton on Harp Horror first, which is very suboptimal if they don't have Impulse. But if they do have Impulse, it's pretty good. I'm not sure if it's worth it. I'm not sure how much I can end on if I waste my Symbol Skeleton here, quote unquote. Because it's like, Symbol, Revive, Harp Horror, make Galatea, Galatea sets. Then Harpist in the graveyard summons Gears, so it's probably still good enough. Yeah, let's play around Impulse, why not? Ah, they had Maxi, I'm a genius! Do I chain my own Maxi in case I get nibbed? Ah, never mind. Someone tell me if he's tried Argo Stars cards yet or is not going to try them. I don't feel like playing Argo Stars. That deck, like... I don't vibe with the Argo Stars that much. Perulia. There's no way I Ash a Perulia. Is there a way I Ash Perulia? Nah, that's one draw, dude. No, I don't want to self-draw here. Okay, at this point, is it better to use Droll to counter this or Ash? Because... I mean, I Ash this... I make the link one. I actually, the thing is, like, I don't really have to resolve the link one. Because I have Crescendo in hand, so I can just go Galatea for Babel. Yeah, I'll droll it. I like having an Ash more for their turn. Droll is so valuable. I don't know. I think if I'm establishing a board anyways, then I think Ash is better behind it than Droll. I don't need to floodgate my opponent if I have a board. Like, if I have Crescendo plus Ash plus the Orcust board, like, I think that's really good. Even if it's a deck like Mitsu that normally searches a lot, I think Ash is better if you have a lot of interaction. Okay, I've used Harp already. I'm not sure I'm going through... Not sure I'm going through Orcust Mermaid. Nightmare Mermaid here. Probably not. Mm. Make the link 3. We talked about this earlier. Make the link 3. Now symbol skeleton. Bring back Galatea. So the Dingirsu can go onto the Galatea now. Hello, stop. Can I see the Spanish part? Okay. Here. This. I haven't used the foolish yet. I'm not sure what I'm adding to this by using foolish. Realistically, I probably don't really need it, but I can just use it for whatever. I could keep it in hand in case it's Mitsu. I can use it as a discard for... Murakumo. Yeah, I know I can foolish the wand, but like... What's the... You can set up Crown for their turn? How do I summon Crown? Do I... Okay, hold up. You foolish wand during their turn. And where does the crown come from? Summon Galatea. Oh, okay. And but how do I get wand to my hand now then? With the link. Ah, with the link 4, right. I see. So send wand now. Activate wand effect, put it in the banish. I forgot this effect is also good on the first turn. I forgot you can just add something back and not take. Okay. There's a new card announced if you haven't seen it. I haven't seen it. Why are you saying kick W? What's the new card? Okay, we'll look at it in a second, I guess. Hurley! Well, yeah, Hurley's fine. Double delicious memory. Okay. My friend Pearly. I think I want to send that. They never miss. They never miss. Hmm. Thing is, SP is still a little annoying here. Because even if they go summon SP activate effect and I activate crown on it, they might still... They can still banish. Oh, but I have 2 links. Oh, banish Babel. I could just crescendo this, but then the my friend is gonna resolve, which I'm not a fan of. I don't want to deal with my friend Pearly, but I feel like I might have to. Yeah, I think. Do we care about Babel getting banished? I think so, yeah. Not being able to use this as a quick effect is definitely annoying. Okay, so right now it's Delicious and 1 unknown. Delicious and 1 unknown. I don't need to ash this. I'm just gonna ash one of the memories, I think. I think it's fine, because I ash one of the memories, and then if they want to keep playing, they have to activate another memory to special from deck, which puts them to no cards in hand, and then I just steal their monster. So that's 3 happy memories. Or I ash the Per Lily to search. Anyway, I have to hurry. Yeah. So now they summon, but I don't think Per Lily can do anything, right? Because Per Lily can only search the field spell here that changes anything. And if I then take the Per Lily, can't steal. Wait, why not? I think you're lying to me. Me when I make shit up. Say his name. Thank you for the 5 gift subs. I want to marry Ray. I appreciate that. Thank you for the support. Flipped. Well, it is what it is. It's 5 gifties, you know? Very generous. I appreciate that. I remember you might want to do a wheel stream again. Is it still on the table or is it scrapped? I mean, with just doing a little less Master Duel in general at the moment, I don't have a specific plan for when that's going to happen, but maybe at some point. It's not like I'm not willing to do it anymore. Maybe soon, TM. I would prefer doing it, however, when there's like a bunch of decks that I'm excited to play in Master Duel. Like if once they release like the Justice Hunter stuff and everything, I can definitely see myself doing a stream where there's like the wheel stream where we put a bunch of cool decks on the wheel. Like right now I'm like, okay, well, what do I put on there? Mitsu, Orcust, then what? All right, the Fuwa resolved against what looks like Gem Knight Tearlament. So we'll see how that goes. My hand is not getting better due to these draws, unfortunately. I've only picked up more duplicates, which is awesome. Like, yeah, this hand passes to a single, what's it called? A single interruption, basically. If I summon Girsu and they have Tearlament's Crime, my turn ends. Which is not nice. But I think I have to risk it. Don't forget Fiendsmith control. Yeah, fair enough. Okay, we have resolved, which is awesome. Do I attempt to make a token now? I feel like I do. Because Girsu getting negated is much... Okay. Interesting. They must have a way to stop Harpor in the grave, I feel? Or they're just gambling addicts. They want to mill too. Okay, they milled Tearlament's Scream. Not gonna draw myself. It's so unfortunate because with a normal hand, this game would be very playable. And now it feels kind of... this hand is so bad. Like one meta noise, yeah. Man, wirklich. New card. Okay. What is the new card? Riot? Uh-oh. First protocol number 69 is Riot. Quick play spell card. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. Target a set monster, return it to the hand. Then the player who added it to their hand can special summon a monster from their hand in face down defense position. When an opponent's monster declares an attack, you can banish this card from your grave. Change one set monster to attack position. Am I missing something? I mean, what's wrong with all of the flip monster support being so ass? Like, yeah, okay, I get it. Like, even similar to the wake up cards, like making flip monster support right now makes some sense. You know, we got Mimighoul, we're getting Eniac Craft, and so on. But don't they realize that flip monsters are like that mechanic is complete ass, utter garbage, and making good support cards for it is not that scary? This wouldn't be played in GOAT. This is not good in GOAT format. No, it's not good in GOAT format. It is not good in GOAT format. Yeah, I don't understand. I really don't understand. I wish there was more to talk about here, but this card does nothing. Okay. Spoken like a man who's never been Penguin Soldiered. Well, I've played Penguin Soldier before, but that was in that's like at this point like 8 years ago is the last time when's the last time I've played a flip monster? Because I know I side decked for a moment. I side decked Penguin Soldier and or Raiko in Paleo in 2017 to out Denko Sekka. Oh yeah, Shadol I played in 2020. 2020 was the last time I've seriously played Shadols. So yeah. Oh yeah, no, okay. There was a Shadol Beast in my Draco Tail deck. Shut up. That does not count. That card never hits the field. That does not count. It does not count. No. There's no way that counts. There's no way that counts. Does it say flip on it? Well, yeah, it says flip on it, but shut up. Okay, good hand. I mean, okay hand, realistically, but it's fine. It plays, is all I care about. So in the symbol skeleton 1-card combo, which this essentially is, I do have to add World Crown, right? I don't have the option to go for Babel here. Because I need a second monster on the field now. Oh, we special this here. And now, is it a Galatea angle or is it a Nightmare angle? I think going through the Nightmare, even though I'm going to have to discard a card from my hand, it gives me a better board, right? And it gives me more resilience to hand traps. So, technically, I haven't started a chain yet to special summon, so they could have a maxi. So I'm a little hesitant to discard my roll right now because that is my maxi out. Maybe I should just discard my maxi because I have droll. Okay, this is not what I expected. That's awesome. That certainly is a choke point, yeah. Before the Nightmare even hits the board, that's an awesome Nibiru. I don't like Nightmare Mermaid. I wish it was a token. Let me turn that into a token for you. Everything else, you can keep going after the same. It's like, I don't even have to change my line. It's the same thing. And now I have a target to shuffle back with Lib as well. So like this is literally just like -1 card. Nothing has changed. because of this Nibiru, other than the fact that I now no longer have to play around Nibiru. That nib was awesome. Yeah, I'm winning some coin tosses now at least. Making up for my start going like 1-7 or something in coins. This hand slaps. This is so good against Ash, bro. I even still get the token because it's not negated. Impulse. Oh, Impulse is live if you give them a token. That's very funny. That's awesome. Hmm. Add wand? Really? I'm trying to think like, how do I make Appaloosa lib activate succession? It sucks that I drew the succession. That's making it a little bit awkward here. But if I go for this, I can make Apple. Special this, make a link to succession, bring back a body. Yeah. Oh wait, is Apple affect monsters? It is, right? Except tokens. I guess I should have made this. I should have made the link one with the token. This does not lock me into dark. No, you can't make Galatea with tokens. That's what I thought you could, but I can't. this. I've used this, so it's this. IP Masquerena. A little scuffed. Because I drew the succession, it threw me off a little bit, but it's still fine, I think, what we're piecing together here. Bring back Galatea to make Dingirsu on top of it, which is going to bring back the symbol skeleton in rotation. I'm not a fan how my opponent gets to keep the token now, potentially, depending on the deck they're playing. They can use it as link material, but it's okay. Stops evenly, I guess. I mean, they can still crash if they had evenly. I should set impulse because Appaloosa's on the board. Aramasa. Okay, that's, I think, a very good deck to face here. I think this board is very strong against Mitsurugi, especially considering we have Called By and Impulse set. If Apple gains 800, can it negate again? Yes. I like this list for pure Orcust. I don't think it's the best way to play Orcust in Master Duel. Orcust Mitsu is probably better, but I've been enjoying it. It's playable, I think. I could see myself playing 3 Hornet Drones. I've really been liking drawing the Sky Striker cards, to be honest. Alright, pre-prep. Looks like we're facing some Mitsu here going second. We do have Maxi and Impulse, which is good. I feel like the game still falls apart if they have an out to this Maxi. Chain Prayers is not an out. Dude, is this a good Impulse? So, Impulsing Prayers here gets rid of... Nah, it's fine. Not a good Impulse, I don't think. They're going to have to resolve Habakiri here. So that's going to be the first draw. And then I think they are going to activate at least... They're going to activate at least one ritual spell. Did they just take 800 damage and then not summon? I think they probably thought they could... they probably thought that they could summon a ritual monster, I'm not gonna lie. Okay. Summon from hand. No. They have mirror, but the problem with mirror here is it only summons Habakiri and not Murakumo, which is good for me. Draws me a card. They have the trap card to negate. Is this even a good Ash? No. Utsu. Utsu. Okay. Okay, that's early. Do I care if they just bring back their Habakiri here? I guess it makes Magatama alive. I'll ash it, because I think they might have Magatama. It's the only reason that makes sense to even dodge. Okay. That's a problem for my Orcust strategy, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah. Wait, now it's two ritual monsters in hand? Futsu and Murakumo? Okay. I mean, yes, you can Murakumo pop my Galatea now. But right now, I think the card in their hand is... Ah, no, they have the Purification in the graveyard. The Purification destroys me next turn. If they see it. I mean, it's not hard to see in Master Duel because the graveyard is going to glow. Awesome. I'm for Mitsu Orcust. We can take a look at it, yeah. I guess. It's like this is the second time I've already been completely turn skipped by Lancia, which is very frustrating because people are playing it because of Malice. Oh, awesome. I don't think one impulse stops Spenta, right? Like the Spenta combo, no matter where I impulse, I think it's gonna destroy me. Because if I impulse this, they can still go Artemis for Crowley for Link for rank 4. My rank and my enjoyment are going in opposite directions in my Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. Yeah, we're gonna have Steven Santoli joining us for some Genesys talk in a bit. After this game, what we can do is we can go and build some Orcust Mitsu, play a couple of games with that, and then jump into some Genesys talk before Santoli arrives. Because there's a few things I want to talk about before we do the guest stuff. Is there a reason for me to go activate both drones? I think it's just my discard for Nightmare Mermaid. Um, Oh, I can't make lib yet because this is not in the graveyard. I don't want to lock myself into darks just yet is the problem. How do I fix this? Bringing this back does not lock me into darks, but I will have to banish one of these two, which is unfortunate. It's a bestial. Yeah, I guess. Okay. Well, I guess that means it was not necessarily Nibiru. And now I can't play around Nibiru anymore anyways. Unless I send this now. Oh wait, no, now I'm locked into darks. No, never mind. I cannot play around Nib anymore. Let's put this back. Set crescendo. Harp. Special this. And this. I'd like to keep the Baldrake, but I think I need to link off the skeleton here. Because I haven't gone through Dingirsu yet. And that's gonna bring back the symbol skeleton. Yeah, okay. Not bad. Would have been pretty bad if they had drawn Nib plus Baldrake in 60 cards, but they did not. It's the end of the main phase. Okay, what does that mean? What does that mean? Monka Giga main phase 2. That's what that means. Okay. Branded Fusion. Most normal 60 card hand. Okay. So honestly, for pure Orcust, I liked this list. I thought it was cool. I think you could consider playing a third Hornet Drones, maybe. I liked drawing the Sky Striker cards. I think they were good. And I thought the deck overall was fun. I think in the extra deck you can consider... We haven't really used the second one of this ever. I feel like Typhon could have come up in some grindier games going second. And I think like you could consider playing a third Hornet Drones. I don't know exactly what I would cut though. I quite liked all the things. I guess maybe you could play 41. This card is not 100% necessary, but with the amount of Orcust normal summons that you play, I think it's good to have. Yeah. Cut the second Nightmare. Maybe one Nightmare is fine, but then when you draw it, you can't go for the Nightmare Mermaid anymore. But yeah, maybe this. Maybe this is nice. I think this is good. Yeah. Yeah, I like that. Okay. However, let's just very quickly, we're not going to play it for very long because we don't have that much time for it right now, but let's talk about Orcust Mitsurugi because that is probably the better way to play this deck. As you may have noticed, there's a lot of people running Artifact Lancia still in Master Duel because of Malice mainly, and that card hurts pure Orcust a lot. So there is a way to circumvent that, and that is by playing Orcust Mitsurugi. Because guess what? The Mitsurugi cards are very weak into Droll and Lockbird, while the Orcust cards are very good into Droll and Lockbird. And the Orcust cards are very weak into Lancia, but Lancia does not matter for Mitsurugi. So what you can do is play a small... I don't know how big exactly the package should be. Do you think we're going the pre-prep route, or do we play some... I'm not sure. So we're taking out the Sky Striker cards. We're taking out the Kagari. We're playing King of the Feral Imps. Do we play Zombie Vampire, or is it good enough to just go Nightmare Mermaid with the Mitsurugi cards? Other than that, we're probably playing less Orcust normals, so we can still play all the non-engine. We do have to play some Mitsurugi monsters, yeah. One Saji is enough. If we just play one Saji, what's the line? You go Habakiri into Saji into Ritual. Ritual summon Habakiri from hand. Tribute Murakumo from the deck. How do you summon the Murakumo then? Then you need, in this build, you need pre-prep and mirror. Right? In this build, you need pre-prep and mirror if you only want to play one Saji. This does work technically. Which gives you what? We have 3 prayers, 3 pre-prep, and 3 Habakiri, which are all 1-card combos. And the bad draws, quote unquote, are the one of Murakumo, the one of Saji, the one of Ritual, and the one of Mirror. But they can all work if we draw them like together. Okay. But this is 47 cards. I guess we caught Orchestrated Return. Do we need World Legacy Succession? I feel like the World Legacy Succession line is still good. Symbol to 1. We could play 1 Symbol Skeleton. I guess 44 isn't that bad. Let's try it. Dark for the mirror. Yeah, the extra deck. I mean, look, the extra deck. Kind of whatever. Probably don't need Typhon. I don't think the succession line is needed. Maybe not. Whatever. I just want to play around with it. We could cut the lib and the succession for a dark. No Kusanagi? No, in this one you don't need Kusanagi because you don't plan to activate Ritual twice. You just go Ritual and then activate Mirror. Awesome. Would have bricked going first in the first game. Good thing we're going second. Still need to top deck though. I think I Ash Bonfire. Even though I have Droll, because it could fetch Ice Rise Yield, which is still annoying. I would prefer my opponent to not play at all. Still not looking good. Hey, they had Habakiri. Nice. So, theoretically, I can play without using my Cult by the Grave here, so I could hold it for a potential maxi. I think I don't use it. Whew. Not discard Crescendo for extension. I mean, I was going to go into Mitsurugi eventually, which means I can't use Crescendo to search on that turn. Because I'm pretty sure I have game that turn if I go through Feral Imps at some point. My god, this hand is disgusting. Maybe I shouldn't use this because it gives my opponent an answer, like, to my impulse. if they have talents or thrusts, they can now look at my hand and take away the impulse. You could argue I should not have done this. Because if it's Mimighoul and I have impulse, I probably have no lose con. Yeah, playing Mimighoul and Master Duel right now is certainly a decision. When people are playing Mitsu, Malice, and Orcust, which are all decks that play Impulse. Oh, why the Mimighoul no trigger? Why the Mimighoul no trigger? Oh, I have so much. I don't even want to. Yeah, that's kind of what I thought. Oh man. Gamers, we are 11 follows away from 60,000. If anyone's watching right now who's enjoying the stream and isn't followed yet, you can do me a huge favor and hit that follow button right now. Or even more generous, you can check if you have a free Prime sub available to support Streamer Man, but a follow is good enough. All we need is 11. Okay, I'm gonna unfollow and refollow. Well, you know, as long as you remember to refollow, I guess it doesn't help, but you do you. What does this mean? What do they mean by this? Luan the Rees. I'm still not sure. Back in the day, there used to be an argument. People were talking about this. Should you give your opponent access to Eaglin or Robina, or should you just take the one of like the Stree or whatever, or Tokan, and hope they only play one? Because like if you take Robina and they already have Robina, it's pretty bad. Awesome. Well, but I don't know how bad. I really don't know how bad the Mitsu the matchup is for me against a flu board. I feel like it's probably fine. I mean, my hand is good. The Saji is not ideal, yeah, of course, but it's okay. I mean, can't really complain about Prayers Habakiri Girsu, I feel like. So what do I know in hand? I know they have Eaglin back and Stree. They have one unknown. Haba is dead without Saji in the deck. That's true, yeah, because right, I only play one target for Habakiri. That's fair. Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, still, I can go Prayers Tribute Saji, I guess. Okay, yeah, that's fine. That's my favorite card against blue. Okay, so ideally I don't want to normal summon to not trigger this. At the same time, they can do that anyways whenever. Do I just start with... I mean, starting with this, I feel like is kind of pointless. I feel like I should start with this. I didn't put like Dynamondo in the extra deck, which maybe is a good card still, but okay, well. I do want to tribute. Do I tribute? I tribute Habakiri. This should have been in draw phase. I didn't toggle on. Hello! We're normal summoning now. Okay. What does that mean? Hmm. Those fucking birds that I hate. Is that a Dashi reference? That's crazy. Hello, can I play? Oh, my impulse was live there for a second. Awesome. Summon from hand, tribute Murakumo from deck, search. That doesn't really... I can just summon from deck immediately. Is this game? Long Gear Sue 40. It's not game, I don't think, actually. Maybe I should have grabbed the World Crown. I'm dark locked. Okay, so I'm just gonna have to make an end board. I have prayers to wipe the board. I have a lot. I have a lot. I should have maybe SP'd the field spell, yeah. The field spell is definitely going to be annoying. It's not worth SPing anymore, though, is it? During your main phases, this card's in the grave because it was sent there from the extra monster zone. You can banish this card, Send one card to the graveyard. Send it with thing and draw phase. Right. I think that's fine. So I summon Galatea back by banishing the other Galatea. And then I can use this. Discard the symbol to the grave. Activate symbol. Bring back thing. Problem is, they can basically chain block my Crescendo with all of their normal summon effects. Because they have 3 in banished right now. Gordian Slicer. This card cannot be negated. Okay. That's not nice. Targets these 2. So my Crescendo is still going to be live. So I guess, so what does this do? It returns those to the hand. So I'll definitely chain this to add something back. I'll also chain this, right? Yeah. I think I win this game if I make SP on my turn and I can hold my Galatea and Dingirsu interruption for the main phase probably. Now I think it's gonna be a lot worse for me. Can I cut 1 prayers or 1 Habakiri? What, for budget reasons? I guess, but I don't think it's optimal. I mean, I'm not saying my list is optimal either. You can probably optimize on it, for sure. So what's the hand? Reza, Apex, Robina. Trap. Yeah. So full hand is known. I don't know. I guess we'll see how well they deal with my board, but I am pretty low on gas from the Mitsurugi side, but the Orcust follow-up is going to be nice. Yeah. Have you watched any of the Open today? There's been several Fire Kings on feature. If you can get past the Nokia camera quality, it's been fun so far. Which Open? I didn't realize there was an Open today. Oh, Spanish Open is today. Okay. I didn't know that. I'm not gonna have much time next turn either. And the Ryza is gonna be annoying here. Top decking Murakumo. Too bad you summoned Murakumo off of the effect. Yeah, I was worried about my timer. Because I could have had Mirror in hand now if I activated Mura Engrave. Yeah, I can't really out the Empen, right? Because it'd be easy if I had Mirror in. If I had Mirror in And yeah, I played bad. Have you tried Mitsu Fiendsmith yet? No, but I also don't see a reason to play it over Mitsu. Is this Genesys? No, we're doing Genesys in a second, like probably after this game. Because we're gonna have Steven Santoli on stream in about an hour, and I want to talk about Genesys a little. Oh man, awesome. Awesome. All right, let's do one more. This doesn't count. Is Bisteel good enough? Good enough for what? And which Bisteel? And what do you... Bisteel deck? Bisteel the cards? If Malice wasn't there, what's your opinion about Pure Mitsu with Board Breakers? It's a cool deck. It could work against decks that aren't Malice, yeah. As a hand trap, right now, not really. They're not bad against Mitsu, but they're not, like, amazing either. Ah, look. That's what the Orcust cards are here for. Unless called by, I guess. Yeah, in which case we pass and try again next turn, I guess, if we don't die. Uh-oh. 47 could be another Orcust deck. Oh, God. Awesome. All right, one last. The succession can probably go. I'm in general, I'm wondering maybe we can turn this into, oh, nice. Another nice game. Maybe we can turn this into more of a Mitsu deck with a smaller Orcust package, maybe? I'm not sure. Yeah, I've drawn Mirror more often than Habakiri, which is awesome. Bro, it's not gonna cut it. Okay, now we're talking. Yeah, now you get it. Now that's what you have to do. Yeah. Okay, well, that sucks for me. I love when Yu-Gi-Oh is being played, man. Man, I really wanted to do some Mitsu things, but I guess I'm not allowed. Okay. What was that? Was it Blue Eyes? What was that? It was Blue Eyes. Oh, God. Oh, God. That is a Diamond Blue Eyes deck if I've ever seen one. Little 1/1 Horus package. It's almost a Highlander deck. All right, gamers. Orcust has been fun. I'll say that much. I think Orcust is a fun deck. I like playing Orcust today. It was enjoyable. It was enjoyable. I liked it. But for now, we're gonna move on from Master Duel for today. Like I said earlier already, for the people that were wondering, we're gonna play Master Duel occasionally from now on, depending on just how I feel like, you know. Like I've realized with my recent frustrations with some of the stuff in Advanced Constructed that it's just simply a matter of all of the Yu-Gi-Oh formats have their pros and their cons. You know, all of them are cool, but all of them also have their issues. And so I'm just gonna do a little bit of everything and just do whatever I'm feeling like at the moment. Because the nice thing is, when you play Master Duel, you never get debarriered. At least, you know, that's cool. Which means we're going to be moving on to some Genesys right now. I want to talk about some Genesys. We have a new article from the Genesys, from Konami, basically, about Genesys format as well. And we're going to have Steven Santoli on stream in about an hour from now as well. So the stream is going to be longer than usual. The stream is going to be longer than usual today because we're going to have Steven Santoli on stream in about an hour to talk about his experience with Genesys format at YCS Anaheim, because he did play the Genesys Invitational in Anaheim, which is cool. And so we're going to be able to talk about that. For now, let's hop into, I want to talk about the format in general a little bit. I want to talk about which kind of decks did well at Anaheim for Genesys. And I want to talk about this as well, which is the newest article about Genesys format that they have posted just a couple of days after, I mean, a week after YCS Anaheim has concluded. Basically, they are writing us or giving us a little bit of a wrap up here, it seems like, from the Genesys event at YCS Anaheim. So let's take a look at what we've got going on here. The first Genesys Invitational went off without a hitch last weekend, and duelists had a lot of fun. We had 29 qualifier tournaments, 26 on Saturday, 3 more on Sunday. The full Invitational main event on Sunday, and another 19 on-demand Genesys events on Sunday from people who just wanted to play more. This, I feel like, is pretty good news for fans of the Genesys format, or of the idea of Genesys format, at least. I think these are pretty solid numbers, I would say, considering that I believe every single on-demand tournament had 16 players. Like the qualifier tournaments were 16 players each. And to run basically 29 of those over the course of 2 days is not bad, considering how a lot of people probably entered the main event first before they wanted to play Genesys. But still, I think that's a pretty impressive number of duelists that were willing to play Genesys format at the first YCS it was in effect for. Keep in mind also, I feel like this is something that would probably grow in the future because people will have more time to prepare. I can imagine a lot of people either hadn't booked travel to Anaheim because they didn't know Genesys was a thing until 2 weeks before the event, or maybe they went to YCS Anaheim, but they didn't have a deck for it. So I think in the future, with people having longer heads up and basically having a longer time to dabble around in Genesys format, I think we're going to see more people enter these events. But filling 29 16-person qualifiers is already pretty good. Granted, this is not like, you can't just go 29 times 16 and say, what is that? 29 times 16 is 464? 464. It wasn't 464 individual players, because I'm sure some people entered multiple invitationals if they could. But still, I mean, that's pretty good numbers, I would say, for the essential first official weekend for Genesys format. So we've got a nice stack of deck lists to look at. Here are some takeaways from the first big weekend of Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG Genesis. So let's read into this and let's see if it lines up with my first impression of the format, because I have played and watched some Genesis format as well. By and large, the field looked as expected. In a way, the most surprising thing was that the decks people were playing were all decks we expected to see. No unexpected primary strategies appeared, but there were some unpredicted side engines and splashes. On the other hand, there were several strategies we thought we'd see more, but appeared either infrequently or not at all. The biggest missing one compared to our expectations was Onomat, and the impression we got was that this may have been because players also expected to see a ton of it and thus avoided playing it while side decking a ton of Flying C. Flying C, I guess we can talk about this a little bit, about the initial points list for Genesis format. And what changes I expect to see soon. I think Flying C not having any points is probably an oversight from their end, because of course in Genesis format without Link monsters, that card is a menace if depending on what kind of deck you play. Because of course Flying C is a card that has fallen off completely in Advanced Constructed because you can just link it off because the card just says you can't exceed summon. But when you play an exceed strategy in Genesis format, is not as simple as, well, just link off the Flying C, because there is essentially no way to get rid of it, except for, you know, I guess you could fusion summon or tribute summon, but realistically, Flying C is just a card that makes exceed decks very, very hard to play through. And I think, I guess you can synchro with it in certain decks if you have tuner access as well, but like for every main only exceed focused strategy, it's going to be a huge problem, I think. And so I think Flying C is probably expected to get some points if we are looking at, you know, for example, I think the best card to compare it to is Contact C. Contact C is a very similar card in Genesis format that is also at 100 points, because they don't want people to lock each other with it, because it basically is the same thing as Flying C, but even stronger because it does not only apply for exceed summons, but still. Contact C is 100 points. I imagine that we're going to see Flying C get, I mean, I don't know if it's going to go to 100 points immediately. I don't know if that's something they will be doing in Genesis format, like moving a card from 0 to 100 seems kind of drastic. At the same time, I feel like Flying C deserves to be on the point list, so we'll see. I think even if they, like, Flying C is the type of card that is very good against certain decks, and so, like, but it is a side deck card, so I don't necessarily think Flying C needs to be 100 points for people to stop playing it. I think right now it's mainly being played because it's 0 points. So like, why wouldn't you play Flying C if it's 0 points and you have space in your side deck? But I think even at the point where Flying C is like 10, 15, or 20 points, I think people are going to stop playing it because at least I would never want to spend, let's say it's 15 points like Ash Blossom. I would not want to spend 45 points in my side deck. So I'm not going to have any benefit from that in every game one that I play. And then I can also only side deck it for a couple of matchups. Like, I think even if Flying C has like 10, 15, or 20 points, I think that's already enough reason to not play it at all. Now, that isn't to say that I think, like, one thing that happened at the Genesis Invitational that I actually didn't anticipate is that people actually side-decked cards that cost points. As you can see here, for example, in the deck that won the event, it's side-decked 3 Drolan Lockbird and 2 Book of Eclipse. The way that I've built most of my Genesis decks so far, I tried to put all of my points in the main and the extra deck, because in my head, that was like the most efficient way of doing it, because like, I want to, if I'm spending my points, I want to spend them on cards that I can access ideally in all 3 games and not just in the side deck. I do understand it though, that like Drolan Lockbird was a card that, you know, it's not good against every deck, but it's good against some combo heavier decks. And so a lot of people decided to side deck Drolan Lockbird. And I will say, Drolan Lockbird is a weird card in Genesis format. I wonder if they talk about it in this article, because for the most part, I do think Droll Lockbird falls under the category of cards that are not super fun to play against. And so, like, it strikes me as a card that you would put it at like a higher point total than 5. At the same time, I feel like I think their logic at actually they reduced the number of points for Droll Lockbird. It went from 7 to 5, which is not a huge change, but they made it a little cheaper. Maybe it's to combat, like in the beginning of Genesys format, maybe they're afraid that some random FTKs might pop up. You know, people might, start playing some crazy shit in the beginning. So like maybe that's why they were willing to give Droll like a little bit less of a point value. Overall, the way I feel about Droll Lockbird is I would like to see it go up in points a little bit. You know, I kind of liked it at 7 to 10 range, but at the same time, I also think you can handle this. Like, you can handle the problem of every deck playing Droll Lockbird by simply increasing like some other, like I would like to see some other staple cards that were played a lot get some points. We'll talk about that later. I want to read the article first, but Pot of Extravagance is one of those cards where that card being 0 points is kind of crazy to me. And if you put some points, let's say Pot of Extravagance also goes to like 5 or 10 points, then this Vanquish Soul deck, for example, would already have to decide between Extrav and Droll, right? I think that's basically where I think you want this format to be, is like you want people to be able to play the cards realistically without spending all their points. You know, like I think Droll Lockbird, as much as I don't like playing against it, I think Droll Lockbird should be an option for you while deck building. Like you shouldn't just make it so like, I don't know, Droll is 100 points, which basically makes the card completely unplayable. I think that's not the purpose of the point system. I think the card should realistically be an option for you, but you should have to really evaluate it against other options, right? Which at the moment there's a lot of cards that are really powerful that cost 0 points, like Extrav, and then you don't really have to compare the two to each other. You just play both. So yeah. Players were overwhelmingly willing to make extra deck we immediately get into Pot of Extravagance. This level, I'm not used to this level of communication, y'all. Like I'm trying to basically have this entire discussion before reading the article because I'm not used to them actually bringing up these points. I'm used to having to bring up all these points by myself. Okay. Players were overwhelmingly willing to make extra deck concessions to play Pot of Extravagance. We did think that a good number of players would either play traditional Extravagance decks or make the concessions to add Pot of Extravagance to the deck they were building. But the actual number of players running it and the diversity of strategies that were modified to incorporate it was extraordinary. There was a lot of Pot of Extravagance all over the place. Top tables, bottom tables, everywhere in between. Everyone's playing it, many are winning with it, and it's warping deck construction around itself. So we would consider it a textbook example of a card outperforming its contract and quickly getting a raise in point cost. See, I like this because this basically confirms Pot of Extravagance is going to get some points, you know, and we're getting solid reasoning to it right from the get-go before we even get the next point update. So people that are currently playing or getting into Genesys format know what to expect if they read this, right? Like, it's like the next update is not confirmed yet. We don't know exactly when it's happening or what's going to happen on it. But if you're getting into the format right now, be prepared that Pot of Extravagance is probably not staying at 0 points with what it's looking like. Now, I will say I do not expect Pot of Extravagance to be super expensive in terms of points, because you look at other cards like Pot of Greed. Pot of Greed is at 30 points, which is it's being played a little bit, but not super popular. But of course, Pot of Extravagance can never be as expensive as Pot of Greed. So, like, I could see Pot of Extravagance going anywhere from 10 to 20. I think honestly 10 to 20 is fair for Pot of Extravagance, because ultimately, I think if you compare it to cards like Pot of Desires, I think Pot of Desires is at 20 points. I think Pot of Greed is at 30 points and Pot of Extravagance is at 40 points. I think power level wise, Pot of Extravagance is the weakest out of those 4. So I think just putting them all in line, 10, 20, 30, 40, I could live with that for the beginning, like start with 10, and if everyone is still willing to play it at 10 points, then maybe move it to 15. But I don't see it really going much higher than that. I think 10 to 15 is fine, and I honestly think at 10 you would still consider playing a playset. Like I think this Vanquish Soul deck, honestly, if Pot of Extravagance goes to 10 points, I think you still play Pot of Extravagance in a deck like this. I think you just remove some cards out of your side deck. Like I could see, like there's literally 25 points of cards in the side deck here. Like you could take out, for example, 2 Book of Eclipse, and like 1 Droll. You have 15 points. You go down to 2 Ash Blossoms. That's your 30 points for 3 Pot of Extravagance, and all you have to cut is 1 Ash Blossom from your main deck and go down to 2 Drolls in the side deck. Because let's be real, Book of Eclipse you can replace. That's not that bad. But cutting 1 Ash for Pot of Extravagance is also not like the biggest deal. And I think those are the kind of interesting things you want to promote in Genesys format, right? You want to promote people making those decisions when a point list drops. I think what you don't want to happen is for people to immediately take the card out of their deck. I think that's not interesting, because that's basically just banning the card. Like you don't want to put Pot of Extravagance so high in points that it becomes outright unrealistic for it to play, right? Like you don't want to put it at 20 and then people are just not willing to play it anymore. You want to kind of find the sweet spot for cards. I think that's one thing, at least the way I look at Genesys format, is like, I think you want to find a sweet spot for cards where people are willing to pay the points to play them, but they are not so cheap that they are an auto include and super easy decision and way too good of a deal, basically, right? And I think that's why over time we're gonna see some cards go up and down a little bit until they find that sweet spot. You know, like they might decide to put Pot of Extravagance at 15. And maybe if they put it at 15, people stop playing it. And then on another update, we see it, okay, Pot of Extravagance, we put it to 15. That seemed to be too expensive, so people stopped playing it. So we're going to move it down to 10. And I think that's how you're going to see, like, and this is really the power of good communication and frequent updates, is that you can make these small adjustments and find a balance, right? It's like, I do, from how this format has been handled so far, I do expect that this is how things are going to go. I think this is what I'm expecting from Genesys format, which is awesome. But yes, Pot of Extravagance 100% is going to get some points. Themes both new and old were able to win. The successful deck themes from the qualifiers hail from a wide swath of Yu-Gi-Oh's history. The oldest strategy that won a qualifier was Jurak, which was originally introduced in 2010, but didn't get its key synchro monster Jurak Meteor until January of 2011. The second oldest was Madolche, originally introduced in 2012's Return of the Duelist. It was closely followed by Dragon Rulers from 2013's Lord of the Tachyon Galaxy. The newest themes that were successful in qualifying were Doom of Dimensions, Radiant Typhoon, Justice Hunter's Draco Tail, and Duelist Advance Archmage, all from this year. Now, of course, especially in the case of Jurak, I would argue that the cards that they played were mostly the new cards, not the old cards. So I think the only old Jurak card that they really play in the deck is like the Meteor, but they cheated out with Astero. But still, the theme is from 2010, of course. And I think the point here is not that old decks in old playstyles are winning, but I think the bigger point here is that all 3 of these decks, or mainly Madolche and Dragon Ruler, because people are playing some Jurak Fire King in TCG Advanced Constructed, but it gives legacy support a chance to see play if it's not quite powerful enough for modern Advanced Constructed, right? Like, the Madolche legacy support was cool. Was it worth playing in TCG Advanced Constructed? No. Is it the best deck in Genesys format? Maybe also not, but can it win a tournament in it? Yes, it can. Dragon Ruler, same story. As someone who's a big Dragon Ruler fan, it was pretty sad to see the Dragon Ruler support come out and then do nothing in the TCG. So I'm quite happy that even though I don't think Dragon Ruler is the best deck in Genesys, it's playable in Genesys. And I think decks just have a higher chance to be playable in Genesys format. or like to reach at least like a tier 2 status in Genesys format. And the same thing also goes for new archetypes like Radiant Typhoon or Archmage that were not quite good enough to see play in Advanced Constructed, or at least so far they haven't seen any success yet, right? And I think that's cool. And we've talked about this yesterday a little bit, but this is something that I think it's going to take some time. But I think this could be an important step in a direction where this is going to increase product quality for Yu-Gi-Oh, right? Like if Genesys format becomes a thing that actually like has a core player base who are really into Genesys format, this is going to make product better, because all of a sudden you pull a card, you don't only look at that card through one lens anymore, because right now you put one card, you look at cards through exactly one aspect. You look at it as, is this card good in Advanced Constructed? If the answer is no, the card is essentially useless, which causes cards to maybe be hyped at a certain point because people like them in the beginning, but then they drop off drastically after a while when people realize, yeah, this card is actually not that good in Advanced Constructed, and so like I don't have a use case for this card. And I think that is also one of the arguments that people have made about like Yu-Gi-Oh just not having any alternative way to play, right? I feel like we don't have to get into this in too much detail, but it's definitely a thing where in Yu-Gi-Oh, if there's only one way to play the game, if a card isn't good in that one way to play the game, then the card is gonna not have as much value. So, you know, play Cube, then you'll be able to use the random bad cards. I mean, yeah, of course, I understand that, but Cube is not nearly as popular to make the demand for a card go up. Cube is a fun way to play Yu-Gi-Oh, but by no means is it supported or popular enough to do this, right? To have an impact on the market. Like the Archmage cards are not going to be expensive or go up in price or have any increased demand because like 5 people in the world put them into their cubes or whatever, you know? Like Cube is a fun thing and I like playing Cube, but it does not have the community behind it to increase demand on things, right? While Genesys could be that, right? Genesys could be that. I don't think Genesys is at that point yet where like a card comes out, it's only good in Genesys. I don't think that's going to make it like a chase card in the set, but it could increase its price by like a little bit. And that also has a positive impact even on people that don't play Genesys format, is something I want people to realize. Like Genesys can have a positive effect on people even if they only play Advanced Constructed, because all of a sudden, if you pull an Archmage card and you're an Advanced Constructed player, and you have no use for this card because you are playing Advanced Constructed, you might have an easier time finding someone who wants it, and you might even get a better deal for it because it's actually useful in Genesys format. So maybe it's going to be worth just a little bit more than what it would have been worth if it wasn't for Genesys. So I think that's cool. Were forbidden cards popular? Oh, I was really wondering if people did like just triple Pot of Greed and stuff like that. But I think for the most part, people played hand traps over Pot of Greed, which is an interesting learning, honestly. Overall, no, they weren't. The most popular was Pot of Greed, which is to be expected because it allows you to draw 2 cards from your deck. There was a smattering of Graceful Charity and Mirage of Nightmare, but certainly not as much Mirage as expected. Yeah. It turns out Mirage of Nightmare is a pretty bad card in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Literally, I've only tried Mirage of Nightmare in some decks, and even in like I've played around with Mirage of Nightmare in 2 decks in particular. I've built a Paleo deck with around Mirage of Nightmare because in Paleo it's really awesome to draw 4 and then discard them because you have a lot of good cards in the graveyard. But you can also pop it with like Trapaholic or Olenoids or whatever. But even in that deck, Mirage of Nightmare didn't even feel that good. Like it was fine. And honestly, I'm actually impressed by Mirage of Nightmare's points initially, because I think 10 points is a pretty good spot for it. I think honestly it could go down a little bit, but like I think it should cost something, because the synergies, there are synergies around it. You can build decks around it. You know, I've toyed around with it in Radiant Typhoon, because in Radiant Typhoon you have searchable Mystical Space Typhoon. So like, you know, Mirage of Nightmare, draw forward, then MST it. Like there's synergies for it. So I think it shouldn't be a 0-point card realistically, but like anywhere from 5 to 10 I think is a good spot. And so I feel like they nailed that from the beginning. I'm really happy that like they didn't go with the approach of like, we're going to make every banned card like expensive in the beginning, because realistically some of these cards really don't need to be. And I think this also teaches us the lesson. I think Mirage of Nightmare could come back to the game probably without a problem, I think. But yeah. Chaos Ruler, the chaotic magical dragon, made a couple of appearances. There were also a few duelists who built their deck around the 100-point True King of all calamities, one of whom made the top 4 of the Invitational using it in Generator. The surprising part isn't that Generator was a popular deck, it's there was a divide between Generator players going all in on calamities and Generator players using a more traditional defensive lineup or powerful draw spells, and both doing well. This part is an interesting discussion point, I feel like, because and I think this is mostly going to be I guess a philosophical question about Genesys format in general. Is like, some people have made the argument that there should be some card, even though the philosophy behind Genesys format seems to be somewhat that like every card should at least in theory be legal. Some people have said that there are some cards that are so powerful that like even at 100 points, people are going to find ways to abuse them, and they should have 101 points. So they are not legal in the main Genesys format. But if you ever play like a higher point cap Genesys format, then it could be cool. I'm gonna be honest with you. I have my doubts that the like 200 points or whatever is ever really gonna be a thing in Genesys format. I think there's 2 ways how people are going to play Genesys format mainly. I think like 95 or more % of Genesys gameplay is just going to be using 100 points. Like 95, maybe 99% are going to play 100. Because that's just what everything is balanced around. I feel like that's what makes sense. That's where everyone like is on the same page. Everyone knows what the format is, and so on and so forth. I think the remaining like 1% or whatever of Genesys gameplay is people who are going to lower the point cap because they want an even lower power format. I could see that being a thing. I could see people say like, what if we play 0 points? What if we play 50? What if we play whatever? Like that seems fun to me. Like that seems like a fun challenge to be like, what's the best deck if we take away all the cards that have any points, right? Like that seems fun. So I could see that being like a fun challenge where at locals they say like, you know, next week we're going to do 0-point Genesys, and everyone tries to come up with something cool. That is something I can see. I personally, from every angle, I don't see a reason to play Genesys format with higher points, because I feel like if you play Genesys format, or if you are into Genesys format, is because you are looking for all of those things that the 100-point cap promises to you, right? Like you want the lower power level, you want the better balancing, you want the floodgates to be unplayable. Like those are your reasons to play Genesys format. And if you go to 200 points, all of that out of the window, right? Like, like all of the balancing, all of the archetypes, like all of a sudden you can play full power Vanquish Soul again. You can play like it's just there's no real reason to go up in the points. So yeah. However, this, I think, is something that Genesys is certainly going to have to think about in the future, is like, how do we handle certain cards? Like also another example of this is Last Turn. Shoutouts to Stevie, I guess, who played a Last Turn deck at YCS Anaheim, and apparently it was a menace to judges. At one point, they had like a judge call with 7 judges involved because they didn't know how this card worked, because this card is printed over 20 years ago, has never been reprinted, does not have modern PSCT, has the weirdest wording out of probably any Yu-Gi-Oh card I know, and no one was able to figure out like how it's supposed to work. and what they're going off of is like ruling documents from like 20 years ago, like random upper deck rulings, trying to find out how does last turn works, right? And I think there's an argument where you say like, okay, those cards should probably just be 101 points, so they are out of Genesys classic format basically. Or I guess the other argument is just like, you're gonna have to, because we do get frequent updates, right? We do get frequent updates, and that means that they have the ability to basically find a balance. Because this aspect here, I'm not gonna lie to you, this aspect here I think is interesting, right? What they say here is basically Generator is a popular deck in Genesys format right now, and there are two ways of playing the deck, right? You can either go out and play like your staples. You can use your 100 points because the Generator engine has a very low point cost, so, or basically no points on the Generator cards. I think, I'm not entirely sure, but like you can play basically Generator at full power, and you can play good non-engine, or you can play Calamities and then play no good non-engine basically, or nothing that has points at least, right? And I think there is an interesting aspect to this sort of decision-making process. At the same time, the solution here is probably just to take a Generator card and put a card to like 5 points or something, which is going to make the traditional approach that they're mentioning here just a little bit smaller, like a little bit weaker. You know, take Lopter and give it 5 points, right? And then they're gonna have to cut like one hand trap or whatever to still play the full deck, right? Or boss stage, right? Boss stage to 1 point fixes the calamity problem. I do agree with that. Boss stage to 1 point. I was saying 5 because I genuinely think like even without True King of all Calamity, Generator seems to be a very powerful deck. So maybe just giving 1 point to boss stage is not enough, right? Like if Generator is a popular deck with Calamities and without Calamities, then just giving boss stage 1 point is probably not fair, right? Like you should probably give like 1 or 2 cards in the deck, like anywhere from 3 to 5 points or something, and then it's Gucci, right? So yeah. There's another invitational this weekend in Sao Paulo. We'll take that data and then get to work on the next point adjustments, which we'd like to have done in plenty of time for the 3 YCS events in November, starting with Pittsburgh. It'll be about 4 or 5 weeks after the last one, which is on the shorter end of the target time frame, but it's early days, and we'll have plenty of data to work with. Best of luck to everyone playing Genesys this weekend. Okay, so we are going to be getting, when was the last update? Like 1.5 weeks ago at this point, or 2 weeks ago at this point? When was the first update of the Genesys point list? I think 2 weeks. So that means before Lil. Oh yeah, they had the new points in effect for Lil, so that was the week before. So 2.5 weeks, around 2.5 weeks is when they dropped the latest point update. So that means we are going to get the next one in about 2 weeks, which is awesome. I mean, that's exciting. It's funny because I just like how Genesys format is handled so much at the moment. It makes me so happy. It makes me it's honestly pretty sick what they're doing with this format so far. What I expect from the next point update, I mean, clearly some of the things are mentioned already. I expect Pot of Extravagance to get points. I expect Flying Sea to get points. I expect Generator to get some points, but something that is also going to happen with almost 100% certainty is that Vanquish Soul is going to receive points. And I don't think they're going to make Vanquish Soul unplayable with the points. I don't think they have to do a crazy amount of things to stop the Vanquish Soul dominance in Genesys format. I think if we are under the impression, let's just make a small thought experiment, right? Like, let's say Pot of Extravagance goes to 10 points, which I think is realistic. That would be my prediction for Pot of Extravagance would be 10 points. If Pot of Extravagance goes to 10 points, and then we put, let's say, if we put Raisin to 5 and Stake Your Soul to 5, and let's say Holy Suit to 15, that would be 15 points for 3 Raisin, 15 for 3 Stake. That is 30 points. Holy Suit goes to 45 for the playset, so that is 75 points if you want to play those. 75 points for 3-3-3. You can't even play 3 Pot of Extravagance anymore if it's 10 points. And you also do not get to play Ash at all, unless you can play 1 Ash, I guess, and make it, that puts you to 90 points already. Maybe that's too harsh already. In my head, it was like, oh, we increase Raisin by 5, Stake Your Soul by 5, and Holy Suit by 5. That doesn't even seem that much. But that's a chunk still. But honestly, I don't hate it because I don't think it's unplayable. I don't think that makes Vanquish Soul unplayable. I think all that does is, from this main deck, you take out Ash and you take out Extravagance, which leaves you with a much weaker deck. Don't get me wrong, but you can still play 3 Raisin, 3 Holy Suit, 3 Stake Your Soul. Your deck is fine, probably. I don't actually think it's too harsh. You just don't get to play Ash Blossom in the best deck in the format, right? And you also don't get to play Pot of Extravagance, which is essentially Pot of Greed in your deck, in the best deck of the format, right? So, like, I think 75 points for the Vanquish Soul core is probably on the generous end for the first update. I could see it being harsher than this. I could see them go like Holy Suit to 20 or something like that. But Vanquish Soul is for sure gonna get a small, I think Vanquish Soul is gonna be hit the hardest out of the archetypes. Other archetypes that I expect to see some hits, because some archetypes here have been, like, this is the Genesys Invitational top 8 breakdown, I believe, which was 3 Vanquish Soul, 1 Odeon, 1 Exosister, 1 Generator, 1 Radiant Typhoon, and 1 Archmage. From the overall coverage of this tournament and from my own experience playing the format and watching other people play the format, I think so here's a few things. I think Odeon is going to take a hit a little somewhere. I don't know if they're going to hit the Odeon engine or some generic support that Odeon plays, but we can take a look at the Odeon deck list here. Essentially, Odeon as a deck is completely 0 points, which is pretty crazy if you consider the fact that it's one of the strongest engines that we have in grindier formats. Like, in a grindier game state, the Odeon engine is insane. And in theory, Genesis, lower power level means slightly slower games, and grind games should matter a little bit more. Odeon being completely unhit is pretty crazy. I think with the increase of points that we are expecting to Pot of Extravagance, that is already a solid hit to Odeon. But I think they probably hit the Odeon engine somehow. I think the field spell might be going to like 10 points. I could see that happening. Like, or maybe one of the, like, maybe they do like 5, 5, and 5, or one of them to 10, the other one to 5, or something like that. I think a small hit to the Odeon package is definitely warranted. Yeah. So I expect a harsh hit to Vanquish Soul. I expect a smaller hit to Odeon. I expect a small hit to Generator, just to make it harder to play VFD in it, mainly, I think. That's why I think some Generator card is going to be hit for sure for a couple of points, just so you can't easily play VFD in it. I'm not sure how I feel about Exosister, because I don't think Exosister is way too powerful, but the fact that, like, my problem with Exosister is basically that it's a shifter deck. I still don't know how I feel about the man. Like, look at this deck. The engine is 0 points, so they go out of their way to play shifter and Dolan Lockwood in the main deck, which are two of the most annoying I think cards at low point totals in the format. And while I think Exosister is overall not unfair, I don't like that it's just playing those cards in the main deck. I think Shifter needs to get more points. I'm willing to accept that Droll and Lockbird is a little cheap in Genesys format because they're afraid that some FTK decks are running rampant in the beginning. You know, like that's fine. I'm not a fan of it, but fine. You know, like have Droll at 5 to 10 points, but Shifter at 10, nah. Shifter at 10 is not fine. I think Shifter is a card that should easily have 30 points. And even at 30 points, I feel like I'm being generous because at 30, that still means you could be playing a deck with 3 Shifters. Which I honestly don't even know if that's fine, but like I'm not trying to suggest that they put it from 10 to 50 immediately, but like I think Shifter has to be more than 10. 10 is criminal in my opinion. Because yes, the format is a little bit slower, but it's still, you're still playing modern Yu-Gi-Oh! A complete turn skip for a lot of decks is a problem. And yes, there are some decks that don't care about Shifter, like Odeon, that just goes set 5 or whatever, sure. But what if I don't play one of those decks? What if I want to mess around with a different deck? Like I get Shifted and I pass my turn and Exosister probably kills me or sets up a really, really strong board that it's hard for me to stop because I'm under Shifter. Like, I think it's crazy that Shifter is only 10 points. I think that card needs to go up ASAP. And in general, I wonder how you guys feel in... how do you guys feel about preemptive hits in Genesys format? Because I've mentioned something. I've mentioned I want a hit to Flying Sea, right? What are we feeling... Like, this is something I've suggested it a lot in TCG ban lists, and it rarely happens, I would say. But if we hit Flying Sea, if we put points on Flying Sea, do we think they should put some points on some Exceed decks like Exosister or maybe Onomat that they're mentioning here, right? Like they're saying it specifically in this paragraph, right? The biggest missing one compared to our expectations was Onomat, and the impression we got was that this may have been because players expected to see a ton of it and thus avoided playing it because of Flying Sea, right? So it was a matter of they thought Onomat was going to be really good, but then they realized Flying Sea is stopping people from playing Onomat. So if they put points on Flying Sea, in theory, you would think that Onomat becomes a really powerful deck. And I have not tried Onomat myself yet, but I have heard from a lot of people that Onomat is very, very powerful in Gen. And I can see it. I can honestly see it. With the entire Onomat package being 0 points, that seems like one of the strongest rank 4 spams, like other than Ryzeal, because Ryzeal has a lot of points in Genesys format that basically doesn't exist, but Onomat seems like very, very strong. And so I think if they hit Flying Sea, I personally would like to see like a little bit of points added to Onomat as well. Of course, on the other hand, you could also argue, well, if they're going to make the list updates every 4 weeks, then, you know, it's not that bad if Onomat runs free for a couple of weeks and they just see how it goes first. But, you know, we'll see how they handle it. But it seems like that they are aware that Onomat is a powerful deck and that Flying Sea is stopping it from completely popping off. Yeah. So I could see them hitting Onomat a little bit, or maybe Exosister if they hit Flying Sea. Artmage, I also think, is probably going to receive a small hit. Personally, I think Artmage is looking mighty strong in Genesys format. Once again, we're looking at all of these deck lists are having Pot of Extravagance. So in theory, like putting Pot of Extravagance to some points is going to make it harder to play the deck like this. But still, I think the Artmage engine probably receives some points. But just looking at these deck lists, honestly, makes me quite happy. Ooh, Vados is a nice tech card for the mirror match, isn't it? Or Vados, I haven't really considered Vados much, but Vados is good against Vanquish Soul. Vados is good against Artmage, and Vados is also good against. Is it good against Odeon? Because if they have, doesn't man protect the field spell from destruction? While you control Temple, this card and Apple-Fizz cannot... Oh, no, it doesn't protect it. Does it? Am I tripping? Oh, Temple of the Kings you control cannot be destroyed by card effects. No, I didn't read far enough. But yeah, if it's not on the field yet, it is not treated as Temple of the Kings yet. Right. Yeah, okay. The VODs is a nice option. I haven't really thought about VODs yet. VODs on is good against most of the top. It's also good against Generator. VODs hits Vanquish Soul, hits Archmage, hits Odeon, hits Generator, hits Fire King, hits, I guess if you play Runic and Radiant Typhoon, it hits that too. You know, nice call. Honestly, nice call. What I was gonna say is I love the choice of non-engine that people go for in this format. Like, you can, yeah, okay, you can, like, Drollin, Lockbird, and Shifter are basically the only, like, lingering floodgates that I'm seeing here. Like, sure, okay, Black Goat laughs, but Black Goat laughs against most decks isn't that bad. Like, people are playing, dude, Darkhold, Cosmic Cyclone, DD Crow, Skullmeister, Lost Wind, Ultimate Slayer. Like, that's the type of shit that people play in Genesys format in terms of non-engine. We spent 14 points on Book of Moon. It's awesome. Yeah, okay, so is there anything else? Okay, so in terms of deck cores, Vanquish Soul, Odeon, Generator, Archmage, Onomat. I feel like we could see changes to those. Is there anything else that you think should get points in Genesys? Do you think Radiant Typhoon is going to get points? Because that deck just slaps 3 Pot of Greed right now. That deck just slaps 3 Pot of Greed, which is kind of nuts. It should? Maybe, yeah, maybe a couple points now that it's been out for a while. This one, I don't expect them to hit it very hard. I don't expect them to put a lot of points on it because it wasn't that popular. But I could see like 5 points on Crocea or something. You know, 5 points on Crocea, and then if you play a playset, you just can't play 3 Pot of Greed anymore, something along those lines, right? 80 points on Mystical Space Typhoon. Josh biased because of Runic Radiant Typhoon. Honestly, maybe a little bit, but I don't even know if it's going to be optimal to play Runic in this deck. I tried it, and the Runic cards felt a little clunky because you can never use them to special summon, so they are not as easily activatable at all times. But I like, but I'm not gonna lie, I do like the Radiant Typhoon deck, but I also like other decks that I suggested hits for. I like Vanquish Soul, I like Archmage. I just genuinely don't think we've seen as much Radiant Typhoon overall as other decks. Like Odeon, Generator, Vanquish Soul seemed more popular to me than Radiant Typhoon from what I've seen so far. But yeah. I mean, honestly, if they want to put some points on Runic Fountain, I don't even care. Because I don't even think it's optimal to play 3 Runic Fountains in it. I've been looking for my first instinct after trying Radiant Typhoon Runic, after playing it for like one night, my first instinct was to look for other quick spells that are not runics to replace the runics, because I wanted, basically, what I wanted from this deck was I wanted to play quick play spells that I can activate at any time in a lot of game states. And like, the runics, if you can't special summon, the runics simply don't let you do that. Because like Tip and Slumber you can almost activate all the times, but like Destruction, Flashing Fire, and Freezing Curses can feel so clunky in this deck. They do help sometimes, of course. They add more layers and more disruption, but like it feels a little weird when all I'm trying to do is trigger my Crocea in hand or whatever, and I can't because I don't have a quick play that I can activate. So I've been thinking about that. Well, yeah. Realistically, I think since like it's interesting to talk about this, in my opinion, Hold up, messaging Santoli real quick. It's interesting to think about this because usually when you talk about a TCG ban list, right, and you talk about hitting a deck, I feel like, at least in my mind, it sounds so much harsher than it is in Genesys. Because realistically, hitting a deck in Genesys format can be as much as, I'm gonna put 5 points on a card in your deck, and that only means that you have to you just have to take out like one of your staples that you play. Like, for example, you can literally, if they decide to put 10 points on Radiant Typhoon Crocea, 10 points, which is, I think, a decent amount of points for a rogue, like for not the most played deck in the format. All that means is, if you want to play 3 Crocea, you have to like cut 1 Pot of Greed from your deck, right? Which, okay, yeah, sure, 1 less Pot of Greed makes your deck weaker, but that's the point of it. But like, it doesn't actually change how your deck plays. It doesn't actually take the Crocea out of your deck. It's just, it's your decision what you do with those points now. Like, how do you distribute? How do you save those points in other spots to keep playing the Crocea, right? Can we have pens and links back? Just give most link ones 100 points or something. See, what you're asking for is you want to play Advanced Constructed, but you want it to be handled like Genesys, is what you're saying, right? Basically. I see your point, though. I think looking at all of these things that are happening in Genesys format, all this communication, all this handling of floodgates, all of that stuff, it just makes me feel like I would like to have this in Advanced Constructed as well, right? And I do think this sort of behavior, this sort of level of communication, frequent updates, even the point system, is something that would probably also make the Advanced Constructed format better than it is right now. But I think at the moment, Genesys format is probably better off without links for a few reasons. I think no link monsters, even though if you personally have no problem with link monsters, I think you have to understand that for some people, it is a huge draw to this format, because there's a lot of people out there who hate links and pendulums. So I think having one format that plays without them is fine. And honestly, even though I don't have a huge problem with links, but I do think links are partially responsible for the power creep in Yu-Gi-Oh! And so I think having a format without them, it doesn't hurt me to not have links. Like, I don't mind playing without link monsters. Like, I think they could balance it around link monsters if they wanted to, but I honestly don't feel like it takes much away from the format if they do, right? And I think for other people it would. I think other people would genuinely decide to not play this format just because it had links. I think people would. It doesn't even matter if it was balanced, is the thing, right? It doesn't even matter if they put all the broken link monsters at 100 points, and even some of the mediocre or normal link monsters are like, even those have points. Like, as long as links are in the format, there's gonna be people who refuse to look into it. It doesn't matter. And so I think for the format, it's probably better to not have links for now. And another thing, I think that's a smaller factor, but I think also something very important to them for Genesys format is I think they don't want the same decks to be meta in Genesys and Advanced Constructed at all times, right? So like, the fact that some decks are meta in Advanced Constructed, but they aren't in Genesys because they missed the link monsters, I think is a good thing, because that's going to make, basically going to make Genesys more special if they don't have the same top tier decks, right? I think like if Yummy was in Genesys format right now, and even if Snatchy had like 30 points or whatever, like people would be playing Yummy in both formats, and I think that's like I feel like not a good thing in their perspective. You know what I mean? Links seem more understandable than tutor monsters. Yeah, and that's honestly, that is something that I, speaking of this is interesting because we're going to have Steven Santoli on in a second, because he mentioned this in one of his videos where one of his initial videos about Genesys format, he said like, oh, this format is not going to be less complicated than modern Yu-Gi-Oh, because the complexity in modern Yu-Gi-Oh is not from link monsters. And I think even though maybe for beginners, it might seem like the link mechanic makes things a lot more complicated, I think it is true that for the most part, Yu-Gi-Oh's complexity comes from other things like the rulings and the just the sheer size of the card pool and so on and so forth. But I will say, link monsters, like the concept of link monsters is simple. However, link monsters make it so I think it is harder to evaluate game states because link monsters are so generic that like as soon as your opponent has one monster on the board, you have to be thinking like, is there something they can link this into? If so, what can they link this into? What could happen here? Right? This is something that is like, these things are more telegraphed with exceeds and synchros because they require the same level or like a tuner. Those are things that are, it's easier to tell when those summons are about to happen. Do you get my point? Like when my opponent puts 2 level 4s onto the field, it's much easier for everyone, even if you haven't been playing for a long time, if you understand the exceed mechanic, it's like, okay, they could be making a rank 4 now, right? However, if link monsters are even if they exist in theory, you play against a deck you haven't played against yet, like anything could be on the board and you have to ask yourself what could happen now, right? There could be there's a random token and a level 3 monster and you're like, what can happen? You know, they could be making a link 1 out of those, they could be making a link 2 and so on and so forth. So that is a level of complexity. So even if the link mechanic isn't hard to understand, it does make it harder to understand what your opponent is doing, right? Because you don't know exactly what the next step is. And the problem with this entire thing is it's like something that's like, it's super punishing, right? It's super punishing because if you don't do something before the link summon happens, it's basically too late, right? Like if you don't see it coming and they link into something, that thing is now on the board. You have no chance to go back and say like, oh, if that's what you were going to do, then I'm going to do this, right? And I think this is something that happens to beginners a decent amount of the time. The arrow stuff feels like an unnecessary layer of rules. Maybe, but I think that's something you can get around. Like it's not, I do agree with the point that like the rulings behind link monsters and understanding the mechanic is not the problem, because realistically, I think links are one of the easier mechanics, because what do? You just take the monsters and make the link. Like it's put them away, put them in the grave, or if it's a token, it just poofs and then you make the monster and that's it. Like it's easier technically than exceeds, because exceed you have to like put them on top of each other and then put the exceed on top and they have to have the same level and so on and so forth. I don't think links are hard to understand. I think links offer complexity in other ways though. I disagree. I think links are the worst. What, the worst in terms of raw understanding of how the mechanic works? You think it's hard to understand that how to link summon a sprite elf? Elf is a bad example, but sometimes yes. Why is elf a bad example? Like what's so hard? Or like, okay, let's use Linkuriboh. Is it hard to understand how Linkuriboh is being summoned? But like, let's be clear. I did say just a second ago that I do think links enter, like they bring a lot of complexity to the game. but not because they're hard to understand how they fundamentally work, but it's because I think in every game state, you have to ask yourself, what link could my opponent be making, even if there's just a random token on the board, right? You have to understand like what they can make from that. And that you need a lot more computing power for that, especially in the beginning, than to just understand, okay, my opponent has a tuner and a non-tuner. I know that could make a synchro. I can add up the levels in my head so I can understand, okay, this is going to be a level 6. Which level 6 could they be making, right? That's easier to do than understanding what link they're about to make. But we have more of this to discuss. Our guest is ready. We're going to have Steven Santoli on stream, who has played in the Genesys Invitational in Anaheim and wants to talk about his experience with both Advanced Constructed and Genesys. So let me quickly prepare that real quick for y'all. Up. Hello.
Hello.
Good morning.
Yes, it is indeed.
All right, let me. No worries. Thanks for coming on. Hold up. Let me grab your face cam real quick. Hold up. So how early is it for you now?
Now it's 11. Completely.
Oh, 11's fine. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Well, I got up at 8 initially, and it was like, wait a minute.
Okay.
Like, I don't know what happened either, because the time thing initially said 8, and then I get up and you're 2 hours into the stream. I'm like, something's not right. And I go back to recheck, and it's 11. And I'm like, wait, I did not need to get up for this.
Can you do me a favor and plug your face cam in here instead of Discord, because it's way easier for me to use it in OBS if you join that room.
Yes.
You probably have to not use it in Discord though, because for some reason, most webcams you can't use them twice.
One second.
Alpha Betrayal stream. Okay, y'all, can I not collab with anyone anymore since I canceled Heart of the Cast?
How did that work?
Yes. Hold up. Perfect. Okay, you're on.
Perfect.
All right, so you messaged me earlier this week. I think following my little crash out. I don't know if that's what caused you to message me.
No, not this time.
No? Okay.
It was just a coincidence, I think.
Okay. So you've been wanting to talk about, I guess, your experience in Advanced Constructed and in Genesys as well, which I thought was interesting because I talked about this on stream already, even though I didn't react to your video because I had already seen it, so I didn't want to react to something I'd already seen. But I watched your initial video about Genesys format, in which I felt like you were one of the few people who had some negative things to say about it, I guess, in your initial response. So do you want to maybe summarize a little bit of what your initial sentiment there was?
Yeah, I think that it was. I don't know if it was worded poorly. I think I said everything I wanted to say. But it's more from the perspective of Time Wizard players, where it's like they're not going to like this. And I think that I was accurate in that. And I tried to say throughout the video, it's like if you like someone who enjoys current, then you'll probably like Genesys as well. I think more than anything, I was just kind of playing devil's advocate of like, trying to say the other side from the Time Wizard perspective.
Yeah.
But the format itself, once you move away from the kind of its relation to Time Wizard, I think it has a lot of good things going for it, especially the handling of it.
Yeah, I do think I after watching your video, I did agree with it because I really felt like it was advertised as something that, like, you know, this is something that if you have played Yu-Gi-Oh back in the day, you're really gonna like this, and this is going to be bringing back all of the older players. Well, I do still think there is some truth to this. I do think it is a lower power level format, and like not everyone who is a Time Wizard player quit in 2010 as Edison times. You know, there's people who quit in 2018 maybe because of the power creep of Firewall Dragon or whatever. And I think like maybe Genesys format is more like something that they would have kept playing if this is how the game was, you know? And so they're still going to find themselves liking it more than Advanced Constructed, or what Advanced Constructed has turned into. But I do agree that it is still going to be more complex than most Time Wizard formats, just because, you know, the card pool is bigger and the power level is higher, even though it's not as high as Advanced Constructed. But the whole I think that's not the main selling point anymore. Like I've kind of changed my mind on that a little bit, because initially I also felt like that was the main selling point, is like lower power level and bring back the older players. But following my initial crash out earlier this week, to me personally, one of the main takeaways, and I wanted to ask you about this because you actually played in the Invitational and stuff like that. To me, it seems like it could just become an actual alternative to Advanced Constructed for people who are currently playing Advanced Constructed, because it just seems healthier.
Yeah. I think one thing that is I kind of missed the mark on in terms of like how I worded things, that when you look at Time Wizard player, they're a very vocal minority of players. And they're a fairly large minority of players, but you know, they're very there's a whole community server for them. They play a lot of their own formats. They organize their own tournaments, and so they're very live and active about the format they love the most. And the one thing I found, which is people coming and talking to me or responses to my video, is even though there's not a lot of support for the retro formats from like 2018, like TOS format, to like 2022, I would say. There are a lot of people that really love that kind of power level of the game, which surprised me, because you don't see those types of tourneys going on. Like no one's playing an Emancipator format or like TOS format. Even though TOS format I think is talked about very fondly, I don't think there's a lot of kind of older communities built around that. But there's a lot of people that actually like that format a lot.
Yeah.
And so that's kind of their target audience, and I think there is actually a much larger amount of players that really like that power level than initially thought. The other thing that's nice is that with the lower power level, this is a way that you're going to bring potentially some older players in. Like, it is completely different than Time Wizard, of course, much closer to current.
Yep.
But even just having that step down, there may be people who, you know, play older formats or perhaps don't play Yu-Gi-Oh at all and they want to get into it, but they're like, it's so complicated. And so just taking a step back and going to the Genesys power level, I think that may be something that they're more willing to give a chance to, especially when you get to gameplay patterns, which I'm sure we'll talk about in a bit.
Yeah.
It's a lot easier and a lot less cutthroat, I think, than current, where like you need to know how to handle every deck perfectly to even have a game. Where in that format, it's like, oh, I can just play my all spell deck and, you know, start activating spells, draw a bunch, and oh, he's a dark ruler, then like have a game in a much more not to say simplified way, but without knowing the true intricacies of your opponent's deck, you have a lot less non-games like that.
Right. Yeah, one point you also made in your video is that links aren't actually that complicated. I think, like you said, like one of the main things that is driving people away from Yu-Gi-Oh is like the complexity that's not actually coming from link monsters or pendulum monsters, because they're not that hard to grasp, but like the rulings and like having to know your opponent's deck inside out and all those kind of things, which that was something that I also initially agreed with when you said it, but then thinking about it more, I do think links add an entire layer of complexity to the game, not because it's hard to understand the mechanic itself, but because link monsters make it so that in a lot of game states, like game states become a lot harder to evaluate, because you always have to be aware of like what your opponent could link into at any moment, right? Where like a synchro summon or an exceed summon, or to an extent even a fusion summon, is a lot more telegraphed, because like, okay, there's a tuner on the board, there's a fusion spell being activated, or there's two monsters with the same level on the board. With links, it's more like anything can be on the board, as much as like a random normal summon alone, and it's like Does that threaten a Link summon right now? Does that make like, and in some decks it does, in some decks it doesn't. In some decks the Link one doesn't actually do anything, and the main purpose of the Link summon is just to put the monster into the graveyard. In other decks the Link one actually does have an effect that searches something, and so on, right? And so I do think it adds a layer of complexity to evaluating any game state.
I think, I mean, obviously it makes it more complicated when you have more summon mechanics and larger card pool.
Yeah.
The big thing is, especially after playing the Genesys Invitational, and I've played some other DB games with the format, that it was hard to realize until I played a bit more, was how much Links actually power creep the game.
Yeah.
Like, it is very, very, like, you kind of know, but it is just very, very surprising how much simple cards like IP, or Nightmare Phoenix, like stuff like that, power creeps the game. Because one big thing is, if you're playing in Genesys, anytime you make an extra monster with, you know, any other summoning mechanic, the cost of making that monster is generally true. And what I mean by that is, if I'm making Gallant Granite and I overlay 2 monsters, those 2 monsters are now gone, and I lose the zone. There's no good way of utilizing it. Where in current, it's like, okay, I make Gallant Granite, I've used 2 monsters, but I essentially only have used 1 because I still have the Granite to do something afterwards. And you know, on one hand, it's kind of good that you have this toolbox of cards like the Nightmares or even SP that let you like go second, have like a utility of things, Goddess, like having a way to beat towers. I think that's a good thing. But it also like power creeps the game massively. I think we've done a good job of getting rid of a lot of the problematic Links, but not having IP just slapped on every end board is like, you're losing 2 interruptions immediately for any deck that like is one of these mid-range decks that gets body for free. And I think that then kind of walks into the complexity conversation, where if the end boards aren't as good, you now don't need to like know how to hand trap perfectly. You can go and have a different strategy when trying to go second. And I think that's more interesting. And I think a lot of the decks are now like much more like they're built how they're themed. And so if you look at the Radiant Typhoon decks that topped the Genesys Invitational, it was them not playing many hand traps. It's just, I'm going to play a spell deck. My tech cards are going to be Pot of Greed, or the other one, I think there was another one that topped 16 and one that topped 8. The one that played top 8 was just playing Runic cards and Pot of Greed. And so the whole strategy was just, I'm going to activate spell cards. I think that's a lot easier to kind of go and, you know, play as someone who doesn't know the intricacies of every deck, where I'm just going to draw cards. I'm going to draw my cards that clear the board. I'm going to clear the board, and I'm going to, you know, continue with my strategy from there on. That's a lot easier than having to worry about how to hand trap everything. It's also a lot more fun, because now when you're playing a spell deck, you're like, okay, I'm actually playing a spell deck. I'm not playing a spell deck with all these hand traps that, or, you know, specific breakers that need to be in just to be able to function. Same with trap decks. Like, I think there's more trap decks in this format where I can choose to just play, you know, 30 traps. You know, I'll have lava golems or something else in there to help the top of the board, but they're being a lot more true to their deck. If they want to play a trap deck, they're going to break boards by setting trap cards. And so I think that's both simpler, because you don't need to know the intricacies of every deck, but it's also just more enjoyable, because decks feel like the decks that you're trying to play. Like the tech cards feel like they're meant for the deck, as opposed to you're playing a deck and then you need to play all your tech cards for the meta.
It's certainly, I feel like it forces people to play decks how they're meant to be played, essentially. If you can't just take any bodies and turn them into the most generically good Link monsters, which I 100% agree that the extra deck being a toolbox is something that I'm a fan of, but you can't deny the fact that like having a toolbox at your disposal at all times that any monster can turn into is a crazy amount of power at your hands, right? Like, being able to out any spell card at any point with Nightmare Phoenix, or being able to banish anything with any 2 monsters with SP Little Knight and have a disruption afterwards, and so on and so forth, definitely makes it so the requirement for a deck to be functional is a lot lower, because all it needs to be doing is like vomit bodies onto the board. Which, if your deck does that in Genesys, it's not necessarily good, because you do need something to turn those bodies into, and they need to fulfill more specific requirements, because Links are obviously the most generic extra deck summon. And so those being gone, I think, does a lot of good things for the power level of the format.
Yeah.
How do you like from someone who's been playing Advanced Constructed for how long? I actually don't know the answer.
I've been playing since 2011, so a very long time. I didn't really have there's like layers where I just played like locals for the first 5 years.
Hmm.
Then it was like a regional level for 5 years. I didn't start topping much until 2021,
Hmm.
2022. So
Yeah.
there's kind of different layers of that, but I've been playing for quite a long time.
Yeah. So the both of us have been playing for a very long time. How do you feel like initially? Of course, we don't know yet exactly how successful Genesys is, but how did it feel to you, the difference between how this is handled and how the TCG is being handled in terms of like the communication, the frequent updates, and so on and so forth? Because that's really one of the things that sets it apart from Advanced Constructed for me for the most. Like the most. Like I don't know if you've seen the most recent article they've posted just
Yeah.
yesterday. That sort of thing is something that it. I feel like it shouldn't be blowing my mind, but as someone who's been playing Yu-Gi-Oh for over 20 years, it does blow my mind. But yeah.
I think most people would just agree that the communication is very good. Like that's what we
Yeah.
all wanted for so long.
Yeah.
And I guess the obvious question is why don't we just have that in current and have a lot of things
Yeah,
like any
exactly.
floodgate sentiments in current? And the
Yeah.
answer I have an answer for that, and I think this is something that a lot of people know or think of, but no one's like straight out said it. And so I was talking with one of the economy reps at OIC Anaheim, and this is something like they said I could share, which is that the ban list for the TCG is influenced by the Konami Japan to some degree.
Hmm.
And so their ability to share information is a lot lower just because they have more chefs in the kitchen. Like there's more people that are
Yeah.
going to come in with different ideas,
Yeah.
and so they actively can't go and say what their plans are because they may not know it initially.
Okay.
And so it's not an issue of like, well, they're trying for Genesis and they're not for TCG. It's the fact that for Genesis, it's only Konami, NA, and EU. I'm not sure how much they're involved, but it's only the Western Konamis.
Hmm.
And so they have a lot more ability to have this communication, have
Yeah.
constant updates, and not have to worry about getting approval or something from something else. And so it's on one hand that's somewhat frustrating because it's kind of like, well,
Yep.
if this goes really well, we should, and everyone's loving it, we should just do that in TCG.
Yep.
But for now, it's like that's a very good thing
Yep.
overall that we just have this, and I think it's what's going to lead to success. Is I don't think that like one of my initial things was that the Genesis format isn't necessarily always going to be better than current.
Hmm.
And like if you look before the last ban list where we had VS Alive still, BS Yummy and Driggletail, I think that format is very, very good. It's gone a bit worse now in TCG.
Yeah.
But I would say that format was better than Genesis is currently. And now
Hmm.
if we fast forward a month, it's like maybe now Genesis is better. And so I don't
Right.
think it's necessarily like a higher power level leads to a worse game. It's just
Hmm.
about interactions and how much you can interact with your opponent trying to get to the win
Yeah.
con.
Yep.
But freaking updates will allow that
Yeah.
balance to be treading kept a lot better. And
Yeah.
so I think if you're just looking at the fact that they have more control over things,
Hmm.
it's just strictly a good thing. And I think that's something that's going to lead to popularity and results for the format doing well in the long run.
Hmm. Yeah. You kind of touched on something that I personally, if you ask me what I want from this format or where I see myself in this format as well, is like I want this format to become like an actual alternative to Advanced Constructed. I don't want to play one or the other. In an ideal world, I think both of these are well supported, and you can just at any time as a Yu-Gi-Oh player, it's a win-win because you can just basically pick the one that's better at the moment. Of course, it comes with some caveats because like you can technically like what's going to happen to YCSs in the future. Like is there going to be like half of them are going to be Advanced Constructed, the other half are going to be Genesis, or like how is this going to work? Because like if one format is significantly better than the other, but the next YCS is in the worst of the two formats, then what's really the what do you do? Do you go to the YCS? Do you play the main event in the worst format, or do you play the public events in Genesis format or whatever? Like where do you see yourself as someone who's very actively playing Advanced Constructive? Would you ever skip a YCS to play the Genesis Invitational if the format is so much better, or is that a no go because we need to be competitive? We need to enter the main event. Like what's the sentiment?
I guess it kind of depends on how bad the format is
Okay.
overall. I mean, it's a personal basis as well, like what the metas are in each format.
Hmm.
The nice thing is you always have the ability, at least in the current setup, to like play a few rounds of the main event, and then if you're not feeling it, then go to Genesis, which is what happened at Anaheim for me. Like I wasn't
Hmm.
really, I played Drake but there's just a lot of hate for it. I lost round one just to, I think I got unlucky to some degree, but I was also misplay. At that point, it's kind of like I didn't feel like playing and trying to dodge deep barrier for that many rounds.
Yeah.
And so then it was an easy switch over. Once it starts getting bigger, you have to just have a decision made whether you want like the Genesys to grow as well, and then it feasts on the YCSs, or whether you keep them separate. I think that's just will come down to players. And the other thing is, like, as Genesys grows, if it keeps getting bigger, then it'll have more prestige behind it as well.
Yeah.
And so maybe you just end up having like people still get the competitive factor from the Genesises.
Yeah, I mean, if if you have to go through a bunch of qualifiers on Saturday and then the tournament on Sunday is like a couple hundreds players big, then people are going to look at it as a like real success. If you win that thing, like it's going to be. I mean, not that the current one was not like a real success, but like it was like like 40, 50 people that qualified for the day 2 thing. So it doesn't. I'm sure it doesn't feel the same as winning a YCS, but eventually, if that thing becomes really big, then who knows? Maybe it could.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like kind of like a top 8 of a regional. I think it's a fair comparison at this point. But that's question will change, and people's opinions on which format they should go into will change as the entire format of Genesys changes and whether it gets bigger or not.
I personally, I could see a future where both of these formats become, or like Genesys becomes a big format, and then eventually I don't see a reason why a YCS shouldn't be like just a convention for all sorts of Yu-Gi-Oh players in different formats. Like I'm kind of looking at it through the lens of what's happening, for example, in Pokemon, where a big Pokemon tournament is always both. They have a big TCG tournament and they have a big VGC tournament, and it's not like, well, one is not more important than the other. It's just like both are part of the Pokemon community, both are well supported, both have their own stream, both basically are the main event. It's not like one is a main event, the other one is the public event or whatever. They're both treated as, they're basically treated equally, and everyone plays whatever they prefer. And I think ideally this is what this turns into, if that the fact like both formats having a big enough player base to support basically their own tournament.
I think one caveat with that is that I don't think there's as much overlap between the TCG players and the VCG players for Pokemon.
Right.
Where in Genesys, I think it'll be a lot larger.
Right.
I think the other comparison to make is to Magic, which has multiple formats, and to my knowledge, how it works is they just cycle through which event is which.
Right.
So they'll have an event for current, and then they'll have I guess for them it would be standard, and an event for Pioneer like 3 months later, and so they just cycle it. So there's a bunch of different ways to do it. It depends as well how much you want to just keep Genesys a little bit more casual. Because I don't think there's necessarily a problem with that. Like, I think you should have some kind of edge, and maybe the Genesys Invitational will start getting bigger. You start having the Time Wizard number, so it's like 300 people. I think that can still bring people around.
Yeah.
And then you have like 1 or 2 Genesys YCSs a year, so you still get their fill things, but still have the standard format as kind of the main show. I think the big thing that I would like to come from it is for it to be successful with the grow, and then for Konami, NA, or EU to be able to take the results and go like, hey, look at this, like look at how much the players love this and love like the feedback and us having control over things, and maybe that will lead to them having more freedom in the TCG standard in the future. Right. I think that's kind of like the best thing that could happen, because then all the communication aspects, which we love about Genesys, would then be there for current as well.
Right.
And so that would be very nice.
I mean, yeah, that is the optimal outcome. Is like they basically say like, here, look, they love this, so let's do the same thing in advanced. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think it's exciting. I think it's an exciting time because Yu-Gi-Oh has never had like a real alternative way to play it. I mean, of course, we've had public events in like Time Wizard formats or whatever, but this feels different to me. At least it feels like it's being handled differently than Rivalry of the Warlords or Time Wizard or any of that nature. It feels like a real alternative way to play the game that could have so many positive impacts, some of which I've already talked about today. Like I mentioned earlier, like this is going to make products more attractive because you now have a second way to look at certain cards. You don't look at the Art Mage cards and go like, yeah, these are not good enough in advanced constructed. They're basically useless. You now have a way to look at them through the lens of Genesys format and be like, yeah, this is actually a capable deck in this other format. And if enough people play it, that could drive demand for product without just there's just one good card in. I get there's one chase card in Doom of Dimension. It's like basically Marshmallow, right? Like, but Genesys format is creating demand, I feel like, for cards like Radiant Typhoon, and I think that's awesome because that's going to make the set better as a whole. And so it has a lot of positives in it for for Yu-Gi-Oh as a whole. But why don't we go ahead and talk about the format a little bit, because they did say in this article, they said 4 to 5 weeks after the last update is when we're going to get the next one, which is in, I believe, 2 weeks at this point. Like, I think the first update was about 2.5 weeks ago. I think it was a Wednesday, because I remember recording a video about it right before I left for YCS Lille, which should have been on the Wednesday night. So 2.5 weeks ago, we got the first point update, which was like a couple days after they announced the format. And in 2 weeks, we're going to get the next. So how do you feel about the format, the balancing, and which type of individual cards and decks you want to see hit?
I think it's still early on, so it's a bit rough at the moment, but I think that's just the fact that it's new. VS is obviously overtuned. I think Holy Sue resolving in Genesis is basically game over. And I had a few people I did that too, which was like, my bad. The next game. So I think that's a bit outlier. And I think there's still some degenerate strategies like the Exodia piles or the generator VFD turbo deck that are a bit of outliers.
Yeah.
But I think that the kind of meta under that seems really good. Like there's a lot of diversity in what you have. Like you have the Radiant Typhoon deck if you want to play spells, a strategy like that. You have Odeon being like the premier trap deck, and then you have a bunch of combo decks that, while they are still comboing and like ending with 6+ interruptions, it feels a lot more manageable because they're less layered and they have significantly less follow up. Like I think the big thing is links often just give insane follow up. Because they'll just give free advantage anytime you summon one of the good links. And so there are a lot more things where it's like they make their full board, and I have a sphere mode, and I'm playing like trap deck, so I can sphere mode them and then set 3, and then like get into this grind game like that, or like the Typhoon deck where I'm just gonna draw cards. Oh, here's a Dark Ruler, and then play from there. So the combo decks don't feel as oppressive. Like the thing with current is it feels like every deck's kind of doing everything right now. Like even the mid-range decks are ending with like a super large amount of interruptions, and every deck has insane amounts of follow-up. Where in Genesis the decks are a lot more in their niche. Where like if you're playing this combo deck, you generally don't have this insane follow-up every game. So I think the format beneath that is a lot better once they tweak some points. The other big thing is I ended up losing to Henko, who's playing the Generator VFD deck in top 8, which is obviously not that fun of a deck. But the interesting thing is I think they've done a good job with, like, if they actually handle it correctly and hit that deck, with allowing creativity to exist but not ruin the game. And so I knew he was on it most of the day. I got paired against him top 8, and I lose that real game 1. He VFDs me, I lose. And so I'm sitting there playing, signing for game 2. And I know Henko, he lives in the Toronto area, so I play against him a bunch. And I know he's not just going to play this deck where all 100 points are VFD, I'm going to win the die roll and win the game. Like I know he actually has strategies going second, which all cost 0 points because you can't have any other strategy going second, like with cards that cost points. And there's 2 layers to this. So one is that his deck was very different than other decks because rather than him having some form of powerful staples, he's playing a lot of super budget cards. And ended up having like Kaiju's main that was searchable by Overraptor, but Overraptor's also engine. It had like some random. There's a Photon card in the side deck that's like a Danko Sekka that costs 0 points. And what I realized is like when I'm playing against him going first, now it's like, well, he has these tech cards to try and break my board. It's worse, but like he's done a good job of actually being creative and making the deck as good as possible going second. And so you can have creativity in creating this degenerate strategy and like advancing the deck list and making it good, which I think is what we all want. But the thing is now ideally we're not in a position where this is going to go and warp the format forever. Because if what they do is they go to the next list and go, okay, we're going to make a bunch of these like level 9 cards 1 point, you can still play pure generators. Like the deck doesn't, you may have 5 less points, 6 less points available, but the deck's still going to be playable. But now because they have a point, VFD's dead. And so what ends up happening is the person who's creative gets rewarded for being creative, which is a good thing. But at the same time, they can then go and hit it effectively and kill the degenerate thing. It's not like it's going to be like current where we're going to be stuck with the artifact lock now for the next 4 months until they potentially hit it. And so it balances that nicely. And if they, especially as you see the first few months, if they go and hit things effectively, we're like, okay, we're going to kill the VFD deck, we're going to kill the Exodia deck. What also means is that if someone has a good event with this deck, a degenerate strategy, people aren't just going to flock towards it because it's like, well, that's not going to last for
Right.
for
Yeah.
another month, and so people don't need to kind of go and play this guessing game of whether they're going to go and pick up these cards and play the standard strategy. Locals just gonna, oh no, like it's gonna be gone in 2-3 weeks.
Yeah.
That's neat, and we're just gonna move on and continue to play whatever, hopefully fair decks that we've been playing before.
Yeah. And also it doesn't really I don't feel like it's discouraging to players who like to come up with ideas like this as well, because your solution of just putting like a couple of points on like one or two of the generator cards, in theory you could go and try to find the next thing like it, right? Like if you are like a deck builder who likes to cook up some crazy stuff, you could go back to the lab and try to find the next way to abuse VFD if you really wanted to, right? Until eventually you reach all the you've put 1 point on every single level 9 monster in the game, I suppose. But yeah, I do think that is an interesting trade-off, because I mean, at least I don't have many positive things to say about VFD, but at least this deck has to be playing all of the budget staples in the format. You know, this is not like a tier 1 deck in Advanced Constructed being able to play the Floodgate and play Uva, Ash, Imperm, Nib, and so on. Like this deck has to friggin' go and play Dark Ruler in the main, has to play Upstart Goblin, has to play a searchable Kaiju, has to side deck like DD Crow, Budget, Denko Sekka, and so on and so forth. Like the things you've mentioned, like this deck has to make concessions to be playable in Genesys. And to an extent, this is, I guess, the to the spirit of the format, right? This is what they intended with this, right? Otherwise, VFD wouldn't have been 100 points if they don't want people to at least be able to theoretically do this.
I think the first time you see combos like this, it's cool. It's when you have to sit with it for the next 4 months that
Right.
it gets really late.
I think that's a fair point. The only exception is if like every single event someone comes up with something to ruin it, I suppose. I think that's the danger, I guess. But from looking at YCS Anaheim, I feel like there's not that much of this, right? There's not like 15 different flavors of FTKs in this top cut. It is the one generator discovery, and the rest is normal decks, basically, for the most part, right? And so,
And
yeah.
The thing with the generator one as well is like a lot of cards in my side deck are just generically fine into it. Like I had XYZ Encore in my side deck, and so it's like, even then it's like if you don't respect it, a lot of the generic cards of the format will be fine. Or imagine you sit down and you play against a trap deck, you VFD them turn 1 and they just go and set 5.
Yeah.
So even then, just the diversity of the format will like limit how much these degenerate strategies can do overall. So there's even a world that, maybe someone finds something somewhat degenerate, but then it just gets checked by the meta a bit.
Right.
Being a bit diverse and, having these turn skip cards not be quite as powerful in Genesis as it is in current.
I have the impression that they are currently taxing hand traps a lot more than board breakers, because it feels like basically every somewhat playable hand trap, with the exception of DD Crow, has at least some points. Whereas with board breakers, it feels like they're a lot more lenient. I personally, I agree with that. I think that creates more fun gameplay. But is there any certain staple that you felt like either a board breaker that should cost some more points, or either a hand trap that should cost some less points because of how they were over or underperforming?
I'm not sure on that, and I think there's other outliers. Like I think there's cards like Terraform that can go down. Because I think the generic searchers, the whole reason they're really good in standard is because there's 0 cost associated with them. They're just efficiency cards and a toolbox card. But as soon as you put any points on them at all, they immediately kind of lose a bit of their strength in the sense that they now have a cost.
Yeah, I have no idea how little points would Rhoda have to be to put it in Vanquish Soul, you think?
I mean, if something like 10, 15, I think you can consider. It depends how much the other Vanquish Soul cards are as well.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's far off from that. It's like 40 or something.
Yeah, but I think that's kind of the point that they don't want to do. Whereas, like, if you have a tier 1 deck, I don't think you should have access to the generic staples that make your deck more consistent.
Right.
I think it's like if you're playing a lower power level deck, then it's better. And so maybe there's some decks in current, which I can't actually think of any right now, but maybe like the meta of Genesis that want to play like terraformings. But because their deck is good and has points, they can't play terraforming. But if you play something like Guru Control, it's gonna be holy. There's not gonna be any floods because all the floods are hit very hard. You're just playing like your set trap deck, maybe some power spells. because you're not burning all your points on the engine, you can then afford to play Terraforming to have extra copies of Hidden City. And I
Right.
think, or same with a warrior deck. If you're playing like an older warrior deck that doesn't have any points on it, well, now I can go and afford to play warriors and have a toolbox because my engine is weaker.
Yeah.
I think that's kind of what they should lean towards, where you have these kind of consistency cards available for weak archetypes that can like the consistency.
Yeah.
But if you're a better archetype where you don't, where you have to use points on your engine, then you don't get these more extra consistency and flexible
Yeah.
cards.
I mean, I think there's certainly cards. I think they need to find a sweet spot basically for a lot of these cards where some of them at the moment are costed to a point where 33 points is a terraforming right now, and I think that essentially just makes terraforming way too unattractive to even see play. And that's generally something I don't think you want for cards. I think you want the cards to be an option when you're deck building, but something you have to actually give up something else for, right? Like if I look at terraforming and it's 33 points and I'm like, okay, well, that's not attractive to play at all. That's not interesting because then you're not really making a decision in deck building. And when terraforming is 2 points, then you're also not making a decision because you're auto-including it, right? I think for a lot of cards, they're going to try, or I think they should try to find like that kind of sweet spot where it feels worth it, but you do have to weigh it against other options. Like I think something like, for example, Pot of Greed at 30 is actually a pretty good starting point like that, because I've considered putting Pot of Greed at 3 in some decks that I've built just because, that card is crazy. But I'm basically giving up all my points to play 3 copies of those. So I can't do it in every deck, and I have to really consider, is this worth it, I would never have that consideration about terraforming at the moment. Like, of course, I'm not going to put 3 terraformings in a deck. I'd put 3 Pot of Greeds in any deck before I put 3 terraformings. Like, there's no way I'm using 99 points on 3 terraformings. And so I think like the problem is, I guess it's harder to future proof like that, because a lot of the newer archetypes these days are going to have a field spell. So if terraforming is 15 points, maybe Guru will play 3 copies of it, but every new deck you're going to have to put points immediately, essentially. Otherwise, the new archetype with 3 terraforming is going to go crazy, right? Like, you're going to have to basically put points instantly on field spells.
I think that the nice thing is you can kind of, well, you don't have to future-proof things as much because there's going to be so many lists. Like, ideally, if we're getting a list every month, having a month of a deck run wild isn't the end of the world.
Right.
It's not like we're going to be stuck with it for 4 months, and they don't have to feel bad about, like, hitting it down.
Yeah.
And the other thing with that is, like, if I go and pick up a new deck, I know it's not just going to die very quickly, or I don't have to, like, worry about every single ban list of, like, oh, is my deck going to be dead or not after that. Like, they can do a very Master Duel-esque way of hitting things where it's like, okay, it gets hit once now, and then it hits again. And then every time it's getting reevaluated. And you always ideally get them to a point where the deck is functional, but people who want to play a deck will play it, not just everyone's playing it for the power level sake.
Right. Yeah, eventually those deck they'll reach a point where that's the same thing, right? You don't want the deck to be hit to the point where it's unplayable in Genesys format. You just want the cost associated with it to be so high that it's balanced now, but still an option. Which technically, if you always go up and down in points based on whether the deck is seeing play or not, you should eventually reach that point where you found the sweet spot where now the deck is fine to play but not crazy to play. Which I think is the interesting approach about this point system as well, because it gives you the ability to do this without, like, hitting a deck in Genesys feels different than hitting a deck in TCG. I've talked about that when I'm doing like ban list suggestions in the TCG, it always feels a lot harsher. It's always like, okay, this card is now banned or this card is now at 1, and then there's like a clear outcome of this of like, okay, the deck is probably now not good anymore, or it still is very good. And very often we are in that sort of dilemma where hitting a card in TCG either does everything or it does nothing. There's a lot of things that you either ban it and then the deck dies, or you don't hit it properly and then the deck stays pretty much the best deck. And it's hard to find that balance with the TCG ban list system, but I feel like it's easier with Genesys, especially with more frequent updates as well, because it allows for smaller updates. But like hitting a card, I talked about that. I think my example was the Radiant Typhoon deck, like, because I was talking about whether the Radiant Typhoon deck should get some points, and it's like putting points on Radiant Typhoon Crocea does in no way, shape, or form like kill that deck. Like, let's say you put 10 points on Radiant Typhoon Crocea, all that this deck list has to do is take out one Pot of Greed. It doesn't actually have to like take out the card that you're targeting. You're not actually telling them exactly what to do. You're not telling them do not play Crocea or play less Crocea. You're just telling them, hey, this Crocea card is going to cost you a Pot of Greed if you want to play 3 copies of it. And I think that is a much more interesting way of balancing a deck. And it's also that, like you said, that never forces you to give up a deck completely. Like, if you want to play your Croceas that you've bought, you can. You just have to adjust your deck accordingly.
Yeah, I think it's better on a lot of fronts. Like, it's just better in terms of it feels better for players because they're not getting screwed out of buying a deck and then it dying immediately.
Yeah.
It feels better for people who aren't playing the deck because now they have more faith this deck is going to get hit, like consistently. It's also just, I think, easier to land on a sweet spot because one of the big things is like we look at GCG's the standard game. It's like the lists are so far apart. What ends up happening is that you kind of need these big lists to do something because if you miss the mark and they don't do enough, then it just feels awful when we have the same deck for the other 4 months. But it's that's not the case with Genesys because you have more updates. And the nice thing is you can even do this with tech cards and like Terraforming example where you can just start taking 5 points off Terraforming every list for the next
until people start playing it, but not like in every deck. Yeah.
And if people start playing in every deck, then it's like, okay, cool, we just bump it up. And like
we went too far.
Extravagance, where it's like we're just gonna bump this point up. If they bring it to 30 points and no one plays it, they can just go bring it down later on. And so it does take a lot of effort to go and balance this correctly, but I think it's very, very manageable. And it's something that's like very player friendly.
It also it takes effort in terms of like you need to identify the decks that need to be hit or identify the cards that need to be hit. But in another way, it's also not that hard actually, because like you said, like you take off points if people start playing it, you put points back on. Like, and you will reach a point where it's now costed appropriately, right? Because it's not that hard. Like, people play it, you put on you put on points, people stop playing it, you go down a little bit, and it's like, well, you know, kind of like it almost drives itself basically, because you can see what kind of cards are now a good deal for players and which kind of cards aren't.
We do need more events to have effective data. Like, I'm not sure how much they're going to look at like third-party platforms where they play people can play Genesys on. I'm not sure they're going to actually go that far and look. It wouldn't surprise me if they do, because like I said, and Konami NA is involved with it more. And so like
they did say in one of the articles, they did say they were even going to monitor like how people talk about the format online. So it makes it seem like they're pretty involved. And even in this article, they said like they were expecting more Onomat to be played, and then it wasn't because people were afraid of Flying Sea. So it feels like something they follow, but that's obviously something we're going to have to wait and see if that's like just, if that's true and they're going to put that into action or what.
The one thing that would be interesting is whenever they do the Genesys YCS, I think that'll have a better showing of like the meta and like what the game really offers. Because I think a lot of people who came, like a lot of people did come for Genesys. But I don't necessarily think it was like they were grinding this format on DB and trying to like min-max their deck, have the best chance. Like this is just something they enjoy, and this is how they chose to compete. And I think like lack of Automat, because you know that's very much a current deck, so people maybe didn't want to play it for sake of fun. I think once you have like the YCS, where a lot of the other good players, like the larger pool of them that would normally play in the current event, come and play in this format, I think it'll be a very, very interesting event. Like there'll be a lot of deck lists and innovation for that one. I think that's really good. And most of the players I've talked to, not all, but a lot of them are like they just love Yu-Gi-Oh! So more Yu-Gi-Oh! Is not a problem for them. And so when they go in and then play, like have a reason, excuse to play this, then they'll by all means try coming up with something interesting. So I think that will be a very interesting YCS to see and how that turns out.
Yeah, it feels close enough to modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Where if the YCS happens, even someone who may have not been super into Genesys prior might still give it a go, just because, you know, why not? Like, it's a YCS, it's still going to be a prestigious event, and I can really see, I mean, this is somewhat something I'm hoping for, but I can really see this YCS being like pretty big actually. Like I don't necessarily think this would be a smaller event than a regular YCS. Hopefully, that's really what I'm hoping for, because I have a lot of faith in this format, and I really want this format to take off. And I really don't want the YCS to be like a one-time thing. Like at the moment, I'm considering going to that YCS, and I normally don't travel to NA YCSs. I really hope we're gonna get Genesys YCSs in Europe as well. but I think a lot of it depends on the future. Like, how is this received? How big is this YCS going to be, and so on and so forth. But I really don't hope. I really hope it's not going to be like the 3v3 thing, where that's an exclusive event to the US basically, and we've never had one in EU. So yeah.
Speaking of 3v3, another cool thing you can do is you could have something with like player A, B, and C are playing different formats. And so you could have like player A playing Current, you could play player B playing Genesys, and player C playing like Edison. I don't know if they bring back Time Wars like that, but you could have something like that.
Yeah.
Which would also be very neat, I think.
It'd be very unique. I think that'd be very specific to the point where I don't know how big that YCS would be, because it's very hard to like find. Maybe it's not that hard to find. I would play in that YCS, but I don't know. It'd be very interesting for sure. I thought you were going to mention something else. I thought you were going to mention like a 3v3 with like a shared point pool, like a 100 between the three of you, or 300 between the three of you, or something like that.
Yeah, one person's playing full power tier, the other two have 0 points.
The other two are playing generator.
Poor player A playing against the tier player.
So where do you put the Shizu tier player? Is it the middle, or where does he go?
C. I don't B or A. I think it's the valid options. I feel C is the guy that wants to chill. So don't give him the tier player.
And then you predict the position of the other team's tier player and put like someone with like all anti-tier cards in there. He's got the main deck Skullmeister, main deck DD Crow, main deck D Fissure, which are all 0 points, and they actually have a chance of beating it. Speaking of D Fissure, any cards that you are surprised are no points or low points, and you would hope for more points in the future? Like, I'm thinking mainly, how do you feel about Dimensional Shifter and so on and so forth?
I think the floodgates naturally are a problem, and they've hit a lot of them, but they haven't hit all of them.
Yep.
A few things to make note of is like the format's very different, and so
yep.
For like right now, we have the MST deck being very good, and I think
yep.
it's even like getting splat. I think it'll be splashed into more engine.
Yep.
Like into more other engines. Like I think you can play that in Memento. I think Pac was playing.
Yeah, I saw
Pac
playing that in Memento. Yeah.
I saw a Pearly player doing it. And so like if every deck just has a searchable MST, the floodgate isn't as bad. Like obviously you kind of have this game of just draw the out.
Yeah.
But the other hand side of things, it's like D Fissure does impact a very specific amount of decks now. It's not like every deck's trying to combo turn one. Like you sit down versus a trap deck, activate D Fissure, do your combo, they just go set 5. You're looking at this D Fissure, and you're not feeling good about it right now.
Yep.
And so while I do think that it being 0 points is a bit unnecessary, I don't think they need to like ban stuff like D Fissure or Droll or Shifter.
Right.
Or by ban I mean like having a certain amount of points on. Yeah. Especially something like Droll, where it's like if you're playing a more majority format, like Droll in a lot of decks just isn't good. Like you don't want Droll in your deck because you're trying to play a grind game, and so going -1 the first turn of the game, just like stall your opponent a little bit, doesn't actually accomplish your goal. For some decks it might be fine, like you're playing a heavier combo deck, like the Droll is perfect. But I think like something like Droll can exist, and it can be fine. The format just like maybe a bit higher than it is. I think right now it's at 7. It can go up a bit, but it also depends on how people are playing it. Droll's 5, yeah. So it can probably go up a bit.
Droll went down from 7 to 5, which I think it was the first update, and I think honestly I have a theory on why that happened, because the first update, 2 of the major things they did was reduce Droll and put a bunch of points on some of the stuff that people were using to Exodia FTK. So I feel like Droll is supposed to be like a failsafe in the beginning, just in case someone discovers like a crazy thing that they've missed in the preparation phase for Genesys format. Like, what if someone finds a crazy deep draw FTK or whatever? At least people are going to be playing Droll because it's cheap, kind of thing. I feel like it's how I feel about Droll at the moment. Like I think it's kind of fine like that. I would still like to see it a little bit more expensive than 5, but I think I can live with the fact that Droll is in this format, somewhat.
I think the big thing as well is like if you have diverse formats, it just is the point where floodgates are bad in general because there's just so many different decks, and so then you'll have like a much more specific type of deck play these kind of floodgate turn skip hand traps. I think it's fine because like. They're doing it because they don't have their decks are largely engine, and so they just want a chance against the other kind of engine heavy combo decks. And when they play against more mid range decks, they can just go, okay, I'm gonna take the Droll out. I'm gonna play a fair game of Yu-Gi-Oh. And so like Joel's one of those cards where a lot of people hate and they think it ruins the format. I think it's more the reverse, where Joel's good in formats that are like kind of already toxic.
Yeah.
And so that's a card I don't mind seeing around. Shifter can again go up as well, but
Yeah.
like these are cards where it's like it doesn't feel that their existence just ruins the format.
It doesn't ruin the
With
format, but it definitely ruins certain decks, I feel like. Because I can tell you from the perspective of trying to make some of the wackier decks work, that even if Shifter or Droll weren't a thing, they wouldn't be like the best deck in the format or anything. Like Dragon Rulers is an example of this, like a deck that one of the first decks that I built. Even if you're never hit with a Droll or a Shifter, that deck is not the best deck in the format. It's playable, but it's not like insane. But like just the thought of being hit with a Droll or a Shifter makes that deck almost entirely unplayable. And I was in your camp with Droll and Lockbird. I think it's okay if people side deck Droll and Lockbird for crazier strategies. Shifter, I feel differently about, because I think Shifter is way broader than Droll and Lockbird. It is way better against a lot more strategies, I think. Like even against some trap decks or some spell heavy decks or whatever, where you would like, okay, maybe the Di-Fi or the Droll wouldn't be that good. I think Shifter is just almost, it's good against everything that isn't Odeon, basically. And so I think Shifter should have more points. I think 10 is outrageous for Shifter.
I agree with that sentiment. I think the problem as well with Shifter is like when very gas heavy decks playing, like if I have Vanquish Soul,
Yeah.
I Shifter them and then I start doing Vanquish Soul stuff, feels really bad. But like
Yeah.
if I'm playing a trap deck where all my points are in Shifter as my go second card,
that's fine. Yeah.
It doesn't feel as bad. So I think it's, again, like you want to have a relation with the tech cards and the decks that are playing them. Because if I get Shifted and my opponent sets 5, that goes.
That's fine. No, that's fine. That my opponent just wants to wants a chance to play the game in that case, right? But I've been shifted mostly by Ritual Beast, Exosister, and Vanquish Soul, and those decks are pretty fast.
Yeah.
For Genesys standards, it's like they capitalize on that turn that they get. They go and almost kill you or establish a really powerful board.
Yeah. So I can, and again, like, is that a problem with the other engines being too low or Shifter being too low? And I think it's more so Shifter.
Yeah.
But I think even Shifter being something like 2025, I think can be manageable, because then like a lot of the other good decks aren't going to be able to play it.
I think I'm at the point where I would like Shifter to go to 20 to 30 at some point in the beginning, and I honestly think there's going to be, depending on where the format is at any given moment. Like let's say if they put points on Odeon and people play more spell and monster focused strategies, I think even at 20 points people are going to consider playing Shifter in like Exosister. It's not that crazy of a thought to put 60 points into Shifter if it's good against all the other decks in the format. Like they main deck the Thunder King Ryu for 20 points in this Exosister list that I'm looking at right now, which is wild. So they could have afforded 60 points for Shifter, I think.
Talking about Odeon, I think is also a question, because like the question is, do you just want to hit all the decks that are having success? And they've said no. But I think like you kind of want to have decks that are like a baseline power level with what the format wants to be. And so, for example, like Odeon is a good example of that. Like I think this deck is pretty healthy overall. It snowballs pretty quickly, but I think it has clear weaknesses, especially like a lot of people main Cosmics and SSTs. Another deck I would like to see go down and kind of be like a mainstay of the form would be something like Sword Soul. I think people really enjoy that power level. It's even lower than
Sword Soul also feels like the perfect power level for Genesys format.
I think that's like a very good deck to just advertise as well, because that's something like players can understand. Like if you look at Genesys and you see a game with Sword Soul, where it's like I end with like my normal 2 synchros trap setup, they crack that, you play on the Craspect. I think that's a very healthy power level.
I think Sword Soul could almost be 0 points for most of the stuff, because like they won't have Baron. Okay, what's the Sword Soul? What's Sword Soul at the moment? Where's the list?
It's pretty high. It's pretty unnecessarily high.
So Sword Soul, okay, come on. So Emergence is 33, Yugioh is 33, Moyi is 3, and Longyan is 5. Like, that's crazy. I think they should just, honestly, making it so that the deck has some points and can play Baron and Protoss is probably already good enough. Ashina has points even though they don't have a link for it? Why does Ashina have 33 points?
There's some weird hits on here, like Hidden City has like 33 right now.
Which card?
Hidden City.
Okay, I get that though. I vibe with that. I don't like. but that's more personal than I actually agree with it. Yeah.
I mean, I
I
think
just,
Guru is a very cool strategy because all the floodgates are hit, and so now you actually
actually,
just have
that's
to
a
play
fair
like.
point. You know, no, that's actually a good point. Without the floodgates, maybe it's fine. Yeah.
I played Guru round one, and I was talking to him, and he was very upset that I could play 3 Holy Sues for less cost than his Hidden City, which is I
That
think a
that
crazy
that
statement.
is fair enough. You know, like if you put it like that, I actually think they have a point.
But like I think like Guru is a deck that like another power level deck where I think it's very reasonable. Like I'm
Yeah.
playing stuff like Crackdown, Solemns, like maybe I play Super Poly and stuff like that. But like that seems like a very fair
Yeah.
grindy s deck that's very
Yeah.
cool to play. So, but I think that's one thing. Like they want to figure out where the power level wants to be, and then you're gonna have decks around that power level that are seeing play that don't get hit.
Yeah.
I think Exorcist is probably around that power level as well. Where like
Mm-hmm.
Exorcist may be a mainstay of the format, and you really don't need to hit too much on it. Like maybe a
Yeah.
bit, but like I think Exorcister or like Sword Soul, Ogion, these are decks where like if they're popular, we can be fine and happy with that. Like we don't need to hit them
Yeah.
down to the point where they're not seeing
Yeah.
play. Or if they do, it's like they don't have to do it every list. Try and make that perfect. It's like let them stay for a while and then
Yeah.
worry about it.
I think you get that result though, even if you put small amounts of points on these decks. I think I think actually that's the best way to do it. Probably is like just put like 5 to 10 points on like a few key cards, like maybe on 2 different cards you put 5 or 10 points, and so it's like okay, well, I can play this deck, but if I want to play this deck, I look at it as like these decks have a little bit of a smaller budget than if you choose to play them. If they've been a mainstay in the format for a longer period of time, it's like okay, you want to play an Exo Sister deck, your Martha is 10 points. So you don't have 100 points available to your budget. You have 70 now if you choose this deck. And I think you can still definitely play it at that point threshold. And then also, I guess with Exo Sister in particular, I really have no issue because I played against it. And literally the only cards that annoyed me were Shifter and Drone Lockbird. Like it was just the fact that that deck was basically able to play those cards. And I guess it depends how you look at it. Were they able to play Shifter and Droll because all their engine is 0 or because Shifter and Droll are too cheap? I guess you could argue for both.
Yeah, I think it's both. Way you want to hit a little bit on the Exo Sisters.
Yeah, it's like
I
you
think
need to do a combination though, because if you just put Shifter to 20, then Exo Sister can still play Shifter no problem. It's like the same deck as before. They just cut other non-engine for it, like they take out the Thunder King, like you need to do like a little bit of increase on Shifter so it remains a playable card, but is heavily costed, and you need to put a little bit of points on Exo Sister. So in the combination, it's not either it's not I don't know if I want it to be impossible. I think in an ideal world, I'm looking at Shifter as like a card where if you want to play Shifter Exo Sister, you should probably be playing like you get just Shifter. That's it.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable. Taking up all your points, something like 33.
Yeah, so like Shifter, yeah, either Shifter 33, but I could also live with Martha 10 and Shifter 20 or something like that.
If we make Martha 10 and Shifter 30, then I was right all along about playing 2 Shifters in this deck.
No, do you know what's crazy? I think people probably cut Martha then and play like 7th Tachyon and more 7th Ascension. You probably don't cut Shifter, is the crazy thing. You just play like one Martha and more searchers for it.
7th Tachyon is a card though that I think is quite overrated in the format early on, just because it's a very generic searcher, but I think it's just a bad card.
I think
like,
it's
very neg 1.
It is neg 1, but I think in certain decks I like it a lot. I think in Vanquish Soul it definitely has a place. Either that or Small World, but I think they're both like for that discussion they're basically the same card, right? They're both like a -1 searcher. I think in certain decks where one very key card is getting you a lot of advantage, I think in that deck you probably should be playing something of that nature. Did you play Small World or 7th Tachyon in Vanquish Soul or neither?
I played Small World. I think I played one of it. My list is very similar to this one. The difference is I didn't play Crows. I played Vados in the main.
I like that.
Card was the best card of the day. It was insane.
Yeah.
And then side deck, I had some interesting text. I had Gordian Slicers, which is a free card, which
Ooh.
I think is very, very good in the format.
Yeah.
Especially because a lot of decks are like some of the automatic decks are like setting the counter trap. And so Gordian Slicer just sends the game versus that, regardless of the counter trap. I also had Mellotronus for the mirror. I think those were the only really spicy things.
Is Mellotronus 0?
Yes.
Ooh.
So I think there's, those are kind of the more spicy things. It's funny, the day one I kind of just had whatever in my deck, in my box to make this format and played it. like my side deck was complete nonsense. And then like when I was going to day 2, I was like, okay, I actually need to figure out the side deck and fix it up a bit. But Vados was by far the best card in the
Yeah,
deck. That
I
card
talked
was
about that earlier because I saw it in, I think the Archmage deck was running it, and I thought about it. It's like, that card is pretty crazy right now. I mean, of course, it's hard to predict how that's going to shape up in the future because it just so happens that at the moment, like, it's good against Vanquish Soul, it's good against Odeon, it's good against Generator, it's good against Runic Fountain in the Radiant Typhoon deck, and it's really good against Archmage. And you can probably find more examples too.
The Punk Field spell, yeah, there's a lot of examples.
Yeah. And I mean, in Vanquish Soul, you can even make use of it in your own, like, you don't even need to rely on your opponent sometimes. Like, I've played Vados, I played Vados at Euros this year in Vanquish Soul, and there's like some game states where in the opponent's turn, you're like, okay, I have a field spell, you have a full board, have my Vados in my Raisin column that you've played around this entire turn, and you've left it open, so I'll put the Vados there and pop it, and that just blows up the entire board.
Yeah, the one game I played against Odeon in top 16, he like full comboed with double super poly, and it was a very I fooed him. That's my other tech card. I played foo in the main just because I was more worried about the combo decks than the control decks, so I didn't care about having the deck card. Because I think Vanquish just naturally eats the control decks.
Right.
But yeah, full combo with double super poly, and then I think I got 2 draws off the foo, so I hard drew the Snow Devil, and like he just stopped me completely on my turn. And then it was just like on his turn, I'm like, oh, here's Vados because he had to super poly the mana away, and then it's like, oh, I'm gonna summon Raisin to this zone and just nuke the board, and then like I was able to stabilize there. That was a very enjoyable game. I think like, I mean, you have those types of game in current. You definitely have grindy games in current, but I think that this format allows for a bit more of the grindy games. Like I was going around, there's a lot of people playing like Fire King, was a somewhat popular deck, or even the Radiant Typhoon deck, where it's like they're meant to grind for a fair few turns, which is cool.
How was Fuva in general? Now that you said that you played it, how do you feel about Fuva in this format? Because it feels more hit or miss than in Advanced Constructed, or rather, it feels like a very good side deck card to me. And I haven't really made up my mind yet about using my points in the side deck. So far, I've usually tried to use my points in main and extra because in my head it's like, okay, I'm gonna get more mileage out of those cards if have a chance to see them in like all 3 games.
Yeah, I agree with that sentiment a lot, where I don't want to have any points in my side deck at all. The reason I played Fua was just because of VS's matchup spread, where you are insane to control decks, and I feel perfectly comfortable having a dead card. Or you can just stack game 1 if I draw Fuas. And then just 2-ing them on the back. I think the matchups are just super good. The problem is when people go super large combo, then I lose. And I guess there's an argument to play Droll over Fua, but I think that Fua just plays the Vanquish Soul strategy better, where it's like, I'd rather you make a half board, I get some cards, and just crack with VS Engine. So for the context of VS, I think it was insane. But I don't think it's like an insane card in the format. I think it's fine, but it's, again, like, you're choosing your tech cards to work with the engine. Do
you think it's fairly costed at 7?
It's kind of hard to say because I felt like it was insane in my deck, but if you hit VS down, and then maybe it is fine. Like I don't think there's. I'll put it like this: I think it's insane in VS, but I don't know if that's because VS is insane or that card's insane. If I play another deck, I don't think I'm playing Fua in it.
Okay, and there wasn't that much Fuva here, and there's also another card I wanted to bring up that the Odeon deck actually played, but I didn't see it in many other decks. And that is the Archmage deck also had 2 of it, but that's Nibiru, and I saw a lot of the combo or heavier decks. You said earlier, like 1 board breaker and they don't have any follow-up or whatever. One thing I noticed for a lot of the combo decks that people were playing on stream is like most of them would have completely gotten destroyed by 1 Nibiru, simply because you can really tell that a lot of these combo decks just don't have the ability to slap Appaloosa or Baron or whatever else, and like some of them just don't have the best backup plans under Nibiru. So I've really been wondering, I haven't seen it in a lot of decks, and I also don't think you played it, hearing your like some of the, I don't think you had points for it left, but I don't know, Nib at 10 points, I'm not quite sure if it's at that point yet where it's actually like a really good option for people to consider as a counter to combo strategies. It feels like if you're trying to counter all-in combo decks, people would rather go for Fuva or Droll, which in my opinion is correct if those cards are cheaper than Nibiru. At the same time, I feel like the gameplay that Nibiru provides might be more desirable than what Droll provides, if that makes sense.
I think the one big thing is how much better Nib is going first a lot of times.
Right.
So maybe if you're playing like a very mid-rangey deck, you want to play Nib more just to stabilize. Because sometimes you still die through a drool.
Mm-hmm.
Depending on the deck. I mean, I guess it depends because it's the format's so new. I don't know how well they interact. I think it's like reasonably priced at 10. I mean, the thing is like the problem with both Droll and Nib is they're just dead into any of the control decks of the format. I guess Droll
Yeah.
has better coverage because at least that's good into something like Odeon.
Yeah. But that leads
But
me
I think
to the point of like, I think 10 points is too much for a card that I would rather side deck than main deck. I'm not willing to spend 30 points on a side deck card. I might be willing to spend like 15 to 20 on 3 Nips in my side deck, depending on the deck that I'm playing, just to cover for some combo heavier matchup, like people are doing with Fuva and Droll. You know, you main deck Fuva, but a lot of people were side decking Droll and or Fuva in certain decks. Droll is in side decks a decent amount, and I saw Fuva in some side decks as well. Where it's like, it seems like anywhere from 5 to 7 is like the sweet spot for cards to still be side deckable, quote unquote, because I'm not throwing like 30 points and upwards into my side deck.
Yeah, I think there's an argument to make Nib smaller. But it's also like you also have to see what the meta develops like.
Right.
Because if we just end up having a lot of like the MST deck and ODM, then it doesn't matter how many points it's at. Like it won't be played much. I mean, if it's at 0, obviously we sided. But
Right.
the other thing I think is that I think we need to move away from looking at cards as like you're playing 3 of it. Like we play 3 of it for in current because it's nice and like it makes sense. If this is the best card for the job, you want 3 of it.
Yeah.
But as soon as you have the point system evaluated, you have to evaluate things very differently. Where it's like maybe I am just playing 2 Nib because I don't need like I don't ever want to see the 2 of them, and like it's just for specific matchups. And so you may end up getting things weird. I can see Nib going down, but then I may see more play. Like especially if it gets more combo oriented, then it gets better. So it's a weird relationship because now it's like cards like Nib, you're not even evaluating their power level with respect to like the deck you're playing. You're evaluating with respect to the metagame. And so it just depends on how much you want to see this card. Like you think this is a healthy card or not. And I think Nib's fairly healthy, but you know, if it's being seen some play right now, I think it's somewhat reasonably statted. If it goes down 3 points, I think it's also fine.
Yeah, I kind of see it similar to Fuva in terms of power level. I think a 7 is where I'd like to see it. For now, because it really does seem like a card that in the main deck it only hits very few matchups at the moment. But it seems like a solid fail-safe kind of card, like what Droll is supposed to be. Like when there are certain decks running around that are doing way too much, then you want Nibiru to be a viable option for people to put into their decks. And I feel like at 10 points, it's kind of like, yeah, I can play 2 for 20, which I guess is fine in that sense, in some decks, but it still feels weird to play a card that costs 10 points that's only good in some matchups.
I think the one thing that they're trying to avoid is just having all the hand traps be like low enough where you can just start playing hand trap piles.
Yes.
Because I think that's what they want to avoid. I don't think hand trap piles are inherently toxic, but I think they want to kind of steer away from that as much as possible. You can play decks with like 12 hand traps. I think it's fine. But I don't think that they want to get to the point where we're now just playing like 18.
Do you is it better? Do you reach that point? But don't you reach that point by just making, like, I would argue the reason why people aren't playing that many hand traps is not because they're too expensive, but because it's not optimal, because it's not necessary in the format, because it's not actually good. Like I was gonna mention cards like Effect Veiler and Imperm, which I'm going through all of these deck lists. None of these decks is playing Veiler or Imperm. Is that because Veiler and Imperm are too expensive, or is that because they're just not as effective at dealing with this format, where it's like Archmage, Odeon, Radiant Typhoon, whatever, like Exo Sister, like those are, I don't think those are decks you need to Veiler for a -1.
Well, let me ask this question then. Do you think that if Veiler and Imperm were 0, they'd see play?
Yes.
I think Imperm would 100% see play.
Yes.
Veiler, maybe not. So like I think the cards are still useful.
Yes.
They're just too high for the given format. Like what if they were 5 now? And so
I think Veiler is 7. Veiler is like very close to 5. Or it is 5. I'm not sure. It's 5 or 7.
Imperm's a bit more, so that's the one.
Imperm is 13. Yeah, Imperm is 13.
To go back to the question, is like, do I think it's the format? It's like somewhat, but like it's both things. It's the points and the format. But as the format evolves and like you had different decks, like if I think that keeping those cards in general, just trying to avoid the hand trap piles, isn't
Yeah.
something that I'm overly upset that they're doing.
No, me neither. I mean, I do think they should not be 0 points to try and avoid that. Do you think with the same logic that like every realistically playable hand trap should be some points? Like should they throw like a solid like 1 or 2 or 3 points on something like DD Crow and Skullmeister and VODs? Just because like I feel like very much what you said is true. Like if Valor was 0, they would play it. And I'm saying that because people are playing cards like Skullmeister, Crow, and VODs almost solely for the reason that they are free to play anyways. So you might as well for some of these guys. Like, it feels like cards like Dark Ruler and stuff have like a very specific purpose, and that's why they're being played. Whereas like cards like DD Crow is just like yeah, might as well.
I think you can see both arguments. I don't think there's a correct answer there because again, it's just like what kind of format do you want to build? And so if you're fine having some decks exist as hand trap decks, then I think it's fine. Like if you play like your points on Ash, Imperm, Valor, then you have some free hand traps to top it off that are like lower power level. I think that's fine.
Yeah.
Where like I don't think you need to like it's weird because you need to have a conscious decision on what you want to make the format be.
Right.
To bring up a League of Legends analogy, which I'm not sure how much you're familiar with it.
I'm a crazy Zeri main.
Okay, there we go. There was a talk from one of the designers talking about whether they should nerf Flash in the early days. So for people who don't play League, you have a choice of 2 summoner spells out of like 12. And basically there's one that's used in like 98% of games of characters, which is called Flash. And there's a question in early days when they're developing the game is like, do we want Flash to exist like this? Like it's way too overpowered, like, or should we just remove it or nerf it to the ground? And one of the designers came up with a question where it's like, the question isn't just we're asking shouldn't just be is this too popular? Is the gameplay that this ability create good? And the answer for Flash is yes. And so for the question of going to Yu-Gi-Oh and hitting the staples is like if you have cards that create good gameplay, even if they're seeing too much play, it's fine.
Right.
And I think that's kind of the thing with all the hand traps, where I think it becomes a problem when decks are just becoming hand trap piles and they're stopping your opponent from doing anything.
Also, that's why they haven't banned Maxi in Master Duel because.
Yeah, everyone loves the Maxi patterns. But I think that's kind of the thing you need to think about when you're talking about hitting cards. Is like, is these cards creating toxic gameplay?
Yep.
And the answer is no. Then if they're seeing play everywhere, then it's fine.
Right.
And I think this is a lot more difficult in Yu-Gi-Oh because it's like the meta changes a lot more. Like the whole way the game plays is completely different depending on what decks are popular.
Yep.
But I think having some hand traps at 0 are fine, even if they're just staples of the format. I think it's fine existing like that. They can go and hit it, but I think hitting it doesn't guarantee that the format will get better. So
right. I'm a fan of the sentiment of purposely basically making some cards cheap if they offer desirable gameplay. I think one of those cards as well, that's just now something, the cards like Dark-Hole, I think are also something, it makes me happy to see cards like Dark-Hole seeing play. And I do feel like for 3 points, it is a pretty solid deal, honestly, in this format, especially for maybe a going second option. Like this is one of those cards that I would consider side decking, even if it's some points in my side deck, but it's only 9 points for a playset of Dark-Holes. And I feel like that is because I just like formats where cards like that are viable options to be played, because I feel like the boards that are being made that are weak to Dark-Hole are usually not too oppressive. And so it's like the gameplay behind these board breakers is desirable for the cheaper ones, and so I'm happy that they're cheap. Same with Cosmic Cyclone. I would never want points on Cosmic Cyclone because I think a format in which Cosmic Cyclone is a playable Yu-Gi-Oh card can never be completely out of completely unreasonable. Like if people are choosing to main deck Cosmic Cyclone, from my understanding of Yu-Gi-Oh, I think something is going right.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of cards like that. Like I think Slayer's another good example of that. Where I'm just gonna play like this 1.5 for or 1 for 1.5. Like you get that little bit of edge with it.
Yep.
I think that's fine. I think some of the hand traps, like if you're playing Crow, it can't be that bad either.
Right.
So
right. Yeah. No, actually, it falls under that category. I think. Yeah, I agree with that.
So I think there's as the format develops, they need to decide what kind of text they want. And it can go multiple different ways. You can have multiple different good formats. You can mess it up a little bit sometimes if you overhit things as well. So you have to play by ear. It's hard to give a definite answer whether it'll make the format better or not, whether it should be hit or not.
Yeah. Awesome.
Do you want
I
to
enjoyed
segue?
that.
Do you want to segue into current just a little bit and
Oh yeah,
contrasting?
sure. Okay, I guess we can talk about advanced constructed if you insist.
Don't seem happy about that.
No, it's all right. What is there anything
Uh,
particular you want to talk about?
I think just talking about the differences in the formats, and like what happened at Anaheim to
Yeah.
lead to this format that went
Yeah.
a bit away from what we all wanted.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so I think a lot of people are unhappy with the how Anaheim went with the current like top 8 was just awful.
Yeah.
But I think a lot of that was I think this is we kind of go through a cycle with a lot of formats where it's like a new format comes out, new decks, and then we go and say like, oh, we can just play this fair game of Yu-Gi-Oh. Then we go, actually, everyone's playing fair decks. I'm just gonna board breaker them to
Yep.
death.
Yep.
And then the next step is, okay, we're gonna play degenerate decks to beat the board breakers. And
Yep.
then that was Anaheim, where it's
Yep.
like we're just playing breakers or degenerate decks to beat the breakers. And then we go a step further into
We
like a
play hand
more
traps
normal
again.
format. Yeah, hand traps
Yeah.
again, and people are playing a bit more of the fair decks. Like as much as Anaheim the feature matches weren't great. I think it was like a very specific set of the metagame. And I
Right.
don't think this format is amazing, but I also spent 2 weekends ago playing the DC Cup, which was
Yep.
Razor Malice. And so when people say formats are bad, like nothing will ever be worse than that format. Ever. Like that was the worst experience I have ever had.
Okay, so the
Like at least
bar. So you're saying TCG seemed pretty good because you're coming off of the Duelist Cup, and so the bar was on the floor, and it was a little better than that.
I dug a hole and put the bar under it. Like I don't think people if you did not play the last DC Cup, I
No, I
don't think
did
people
not.
can understand
No, I did
how
not.
bad that format was with not full power Razor, but like
Yeah.
like you had hits to some like X, I think was
Yeah.
that and Bonfire.
Yeah.
But it was basically full power otherwise. And Mouse was like full power, like Apollo, Decoder, every name at 3.
Yep.
And so when I look at a form like this in the TCG, there's toxic decks that have a rule that they're playing that goes and forces people to play more fair tech cards.
Mm-hmm.
But the other half of the meta is like super good. And so like you can very
To
easily
to an extent, I agree with you, and to an extent, I also think that these sort of dynamics are interesting and should exist. I don't really have a problem when, like, let's say, like, it's natural that two decks face off against each other. Like, for example, the top 8 feature match is a great example of this. This is two decks going up against each other that very specifically made the call of like, I'm gonna play the most degenerate stuff for going first, and like I'm gonna have a chance going second naturally against the fair decks in the format because my deck has a very high ceiling. So like I'm gonna be able to beat Draco Tail going second like naturally. I don't have to actually build my deck for that specific situation. I can just build my deck to be as good as possible for going first. And so you have Triff on like full engine 60 card Mitsuyami going up against like Onomat Ryzeal. And so obviously the dice roll is going to decide that match. I can live with that fact. And I understand that the gameplay that's going to come from that is not as desirable. I think the problem, I guess, I had in that sense is how these decks are operating. Not what, not. I'm not mad about the fact that you're trying to build a deck that wins going first. I'm mad about that you're building a deck that wins going first by pro tossing.
I agree with the sentiment. Like I'm not saying that this format's good.
Yeah.
By any means, but I think that like there's good Yu-Gi-Oh to be played in the
No,
format.
absolutely. And I did say that in my video. Regardless, like I think there is a lot of. I mean, there's a lot of people going through these tournaments with the Draco Tail deck, with the pure Yami deck, and so on, and they create good games. And even stuff like the Yami Mitsu deck can create very good game states. You know, like you have a Draco Tail against Yami Mitsu Rugi or whatever. That's still going to be a fun game to play. And likely also for both players, because the Yami Mitsu inherently, even if I don't think the engines should work together from a design perspective, I don't think it always creates like terrible games of Yu-Gi-Oh. I think my main frustration with that weekend in particular was more related to lingering floodgates, because it's like even the fair decks are gonna like debarrier each other and stuff like that.
My frustration was the opposite. Admittedly, I didn't play that many rounds, but I think that a lot of the floodgates, while annoying, are a little bit overhyped about how good they are. Like D-Barrier was a card, but I was being a lot in testing. Like I had a fairly good run into it with Draco
Okay.
Tail. And my one teammate used to say he got top 32 Draco Tail. I'm like, how many times did you get D-Barrier? He's like 7, and I beat 5 of those.
Okay.
So I think it's a lot of times they just end the game immediately. But I think if you do have game plans into it, they're not quite as bad.
Right.
The one thing is like I think the degenerate strategies are a bit more annoying, but I think that should get like a little bit less, and we'll have a format that's like half the meta is good, half the meta is like a bit more of these die rolly things, which is fine.
Right.
I saw Herman yelling in your chat about. I'm just assuming he's yelling.
I mean,
I saw.
I think the thing is that I do agree with you. I just think like my frustration, or like I'm not saying the game is bad. I'm just saying that this situation where half of the games are good and the other half is coin flips is like something I feel like that we should look to improve. So that's what I'm complaining about. I'm not saying all the Yu-Gi-Oh games are bad. I'm saying like 50% of the Yu-Gi-Oh games are good, and I wish that number was higher.
It could have been avoided. Like this entire
Right.
thing could have been avoided if we had perhaps they take the Genesys philosophy to current.
Right.
The one comment that Herman was making was that like a lot of the hand traps aren't good into like a lot of the combo decks, which I kind of agree with, but not completely. Like I think chummies are good, and I think like cards like Azuna are still very good and will push
Yeah.
off like a half board. Like one of the things going into the event, I ended up playing the branded version of Draco Tail, but
Mhm.
even just playing in some other nonsense on like the Friday is like I really wish I just had Azuna in my Draco Tail deck again. Like I think that's just that paired is very good.
Mhm.
And so I think that as the format changes, it will get a little bit better than it was had at Anaheim.
Yeah.
But the other thing, just to segue back to the Genesis quickly, is like I also think that this format right here, where Mitsu Yumi's a deck, where it's like you go first, you under up to your board's basically unbreakable. Even though it can have interesting games, like it's
Yeah.
pretty obnoxious when it's at full powers. Like Genesis does a very good job at like keeping these pile decks out, which I think are very toxic a lot of times, where you're just adding on the board of two different decks at the same time.
Yeah.
And so like in Genesis, obviously you don't have Mitsu or Yumi, but you could in theory have like deck A and deck B both be functional decks. And I think both Yumi and Mitsu are healthy decks. Mitsu less so, but I think that in a vacuum, both decks
Yeah.
individually are healthy decks,
Yep.
and the hybrid's bad. And Genesis,
Yep.
with the way the points are structured, is you just can't play the hybrid.
Yep.
And that's kind of just want to round back to was that the point system is a very effective way of like removing these piles if they're too degenerate.
So
And
you're
they
saying
allow some piles,
you're
but
saying we should talk about the TCG so we can talk about how good Genesis is in comparison as well.
I've gone full flip on my initial viewpoint. I love Genesis. Only Genesis now.
Oh man. No, I think in terms of combo piles, I'm only really frustrated with two things, which is the lingering floodgates. I don't have a problem with strong combo boards in general if they have weaknesses. Like I think the Mitsurugi Yami deck, from what it does, is not that bad because it does struggle into like stuff like Fuva and Dark Ruler, but I feel like that completely gets invalidated by something like Protoss or Mjolnir or whatever in other decks.
Yeah.
And I think the K9 decks in particular are in a very weird spot in the TCG right now for me, because how are you supposed to counter those if it's not specifically for Fuva? Because typically, I don't know, you're supposed to hand trap decks, but that deck is probably one of the best into hand traps I've ever seen, because they've decided to make Ripper like a hand trap negate that you summon basically a summon number 3 and you go like +3 in the process. If you go Jokul reveal Sulfador or some shit, like you're basically fully set up. You go search a card from your deck, you send 2 from your deck to the grave, and then you make a rank 5 that negates further hand traps. And then hand traps aren't the solution if it's not specifically Fuva. And board breakers are also not the solution because you get artifact locked. So like there's no cycle there, right? There's no like, okay, the board breakers beat this deck, so we play board breakers now, and hand traps beat this deck, so we play hand traps now, and so on. Like this deck just, if it goes first, it wins. There's no real development to be made from this. There's no, at least I feel like if Bologna is in 6 weeks and the K9 Crystron deck is one of the most popular decks in the format from now on because it won Anaheim, it feels very hard to solve on that.
I think it will phase out a little bit more. I mean, it'll get more popular than it was, but I think that, like I said, I think Azuna into the K9 decks is very good. Maybe I'm just being a bit too optimistic. But the thing is, like, if people just take breakers out of the main deck, and the Christian deck is getting hit with hand traps every game now instead of like every other game, then it just goes down because the hand traps will connect, or cards like Fool will connect.
Right.
People put Perula back in the main, like that's now you have 6 chummies versus a deck,
Mm-hmm.
and so I think it will kind of get targeted a bit more and get pushed down just because of that.
Mm-hmm.
Do I think the playstyle is good? No, but I mean, there's a lot of formats we have where there is that toxic combo deck of the format that
Yeah.
forces the other decks to be holy, and so like I think last format was really good because the quote unquote toxic combo deck was VS, which I don't think was that toxic of a deck. Like the Embor
Yep.
was insane, but
Yep.
I felt hand traps were very, very reasonable into that deck.
Mm-hmm.
And now we have Christian, which is like a lot more of a toxic deck because it's more all or nothing. But I think so we'll try to play the same role. The problem is VS also kept the floodgates out,
Yep.
where Christian doesn't. Like that to me is the miss
Mm-hmm.
with at least how the ban list went. But
For sure.
I think the format will balance itself out a little bit to not have quite the level of degeneracy we
I
saw
think
in Valhalla.
Canine Christian would basically be a very even though I wouldn't like the deck, but I think it would be a healthy inclusion in the format to just like exist, because it does, if it just didn't have a way to lock you out of playing and punish you for playing board breakers, because it's like you are not incentivized to hand trap that deck. I don't think so. Like the amount of hand traps you have to draw to stop that deck is insane. If we're not talking Fuva, like you need either it's okay. Nip +1 probably works, but even that they have ways around. I think because if they start setting up, like the Crystron itself can actually play through Nib fairly well. So if you and they look at your hand, so they know it's there, which is another thing. But in general, if they just weren't able to artifact lock you, then you could say, all right, the deck is powerful, but I might be able to board break it if I play cards like, I don't know, Lava Golem or Dark Ruler or Super Poly. Actually, Super Poly is probably bad against it, but Dark Ruler is pretty good against it. Like there's been games in the previous format where everyone was on Paradise Smasher. A genuine strategy against the Canine decks was sometimes to just not hand trap them, to not make Izuna live, which as a result made it hard for them to Paradise Smasher because they needed level 5s that weren't off Jockle or Lantern, because those can't be used for Paradise Smasher. So if you just didn't hand trap the deck, it was harder for it to make Paradise Smasher, and so they sometimes wouldn't go for it, and then you could actually beat it with a Dark Ruler. Like I've had games like that in the last format. You can't have those games at the moment because there's the artifact, and it's even like those games were real games. It's not like you activate Dark Ruler and the game is over, because there still is like a Crystron cluster face down. There still is like an Azuna in their hand and like other non-engine that they've put in their deck and stuff like that. It's not like the Dark Ruler is auto win, but it creates a game of Yu-Gi-Oh. And I feel like it's impossible to create a real game of Yu-Gi-Oh against that deck when it goes first, because you either hand trap it to the point where it does nothing, or you don't do anything.
I think there are some half boards with that deck, but I do agree with the sentiment that a lot of the
Yeah.
games with it are just non-games.
And so I think that's the entire point. Like, at least the takeaway for me from this entire discussion is not that like all the games are bad. Like, I do think there's a solid 50 or 60% of Yu-Gi-Oh games at the moment that are pretty good actually in this format, and like maybe even above average for recent years. Like the Draco Tail, Mitsu, and Pure Yami. Like I think the interactions between these decks are fine, and I just think that number should be higher. And I think some of the outliers, like the decks that are really trying to win going first or trying to play board breakers or whatever, I think those are fine if they do it in a way that still produces Yu-Gi-Oh games. I'm okay if they're favored going first, or like more favored than other decks or whatever, just like from the raw percentage. I don't have a problem with the win rate going first. I have a problem with how it wins, I guess.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. But I mean, and the other thing is like, I guess I was looking forward to it because I thought after Lil, I remember thinking that it was cool that we had a long time to figure out the format now. And now that I'm being presented with K9 Crystron using Mjolnir, I don't feel the same way anymore about 6 weeks leading up until Bologna, because I can't see myself finding a solid solution to a K9 Crystron player rolling a higher number than me. Like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do there.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we'll see how it develops, but it definitely is worse than it was
Yeah.
previously. And it's funny too, just like, well, not funny, but killing VS was, I think, a big mistake, because when you try to, how do you beat Canon Christian going first? You resolve Holy Sue.
Yeah. Yeah,
And
you
then you're fine.
probably do. Yeah.
So that's unfortunate, but here's where we are.
Yep. Well, I think I'm going to call it a day now. This has been going on for longer than I even thought it was going to, but I really enjoyed that. Thank you for hopping on and offering your perspective on Genesys and Advanced Constructed. It was a good talk, I think.
Thank you.
And I guess I'll let you go start your day. Well, my day almost ends now, but thank you so much for coming on. I hope everyone enjoyed the Santoli section.
Thanks for having me. Make sure to follow me on YouTube, just Santoli Yu-Gi-Oh.
Oh yeah, absolutely, of course. Yeah, I think I'm gonna upload this on some channels, so I'll throw a link in the description to Santoli's channel. If you enjoy the way this man thinks about the game, then obviously go and subscribe and all that good stuff. So yeah.
All right, pleasure. Thank you again.
Yeah, no worries. Bye bye.
Take care.
All right, gamers. That was very interesting. I enjoyed that. You guys, I hope you enjoyed today's stream. We've been going for 6.5 hours, so a little longer than usual. Hope everyone had a good time. I'm probably going to be live tomorrow. I was originally planning to do some remote duels for Genesys format tomorrow. I'll see if I can put that together, because at the moment, unfortunately, my fiance has turned a little sick. She's gotten basically what I had last week. So there's a chance I'm going to take tomorrow off to take some care of her. But I'll let you know on the Discord if the stream is happening tomorrow or not. Anyways, I hope you enjoyed today's stream. Hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. And I'll see you guys hopefully tomorrow. I'd say the chances are about 50-50. But yeah, I'll see you tomorrow, or I'll see you next week. And let me see where I can send you guys now. Let me see who's live. Someone probably playing Master Duel somewhere. Nesh is going live right now. I've been raiding Bronas the last couple of days, so let's give a little raid to Nesh. You guys, thank you for watching. Appreciate you all. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you for following. All that good stuff. Hope you have a wonderful rest of your day, and I will see you next time.